We're live.
Hello.
Hey, everybody. Yep. Confirmed. All right. Now, let me, now that we're live, let me get up and walk away.
What?
So, actually, no, I'll just listen to it.
Well, I've been getting messages from Steven.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, he wants to know if you're already touching yourself.
Well, I did that off camera.
What? Oh. Steven, did you hear that? Are you watching? Oh, he must not be on yet.
I don't think he is. We'll do like there he is. Yeah.
Oh, Steven. He's like, damn, finally.
Yeah, we made it. We're live. How you doing, Steven? How was your week?
Do we echo?
Yeah, are we echoing? I'm about to listen right now and see. Okay, now I'm listening. What do I sound like? Yeah, I'm not echoing. You say something, honey.
Well, I'm online right now and I'm looking for curling irons. Like as if I don't have enough, but actually all of the ones I have are like the same size.
Yep, you sound great.
Well, actually, I do. Well, I do have some that are different sizes, but they're all kind of smaller.
Good. Yeah, that's why we're doing Sundays. You know what? I should probably turn my lighting on.
Maybe.
There we go.
That helps.
A little bit better lighting on the face there. Yeah, we can do Sundays because I am remote on Monday, so I don't need to be in my best Monday morning. I don't have that here, so I don't really need.
When I'm just home like all the time, unless I am not home.
Oh,
like,
man.
For 2 days? You were hungover for 2 days?
Yeah, you're going to be in rough shape.
Sheesh. We streamed last night.
Yeah, we did.
Drank these Jack and Cokes that are like already mixed up in a can. And they tasted so strong. They were only 7% alcohol though. Like they were basically wine, but they were dang strong. I had 2 and I was definitely feeling it. It was weird. And then like I had like 8 doctor appointments this last week. I mean, I was hopping. And knocked out, got home. Sheesh.
Man, that's a rough one. That's good.
And we had a big thing to go to yesterday that we went to, and that, you know, of course that's exhausting when you go to like a function. Yeah, actually when I was talking to Phyllis, he walked in as I was talking to her, and then, you know, she had me on like speakerphone, so I just started, I'm like, hey, because I didn't know what to say at this point because she was like, you know, we were kind of shit talking. But at least he didn't hear. Obviously, he was not in the house yet. And so then she was like, "Oh, I might have to go." And then he walked in before like we could go. And then so I was just like, "Well, hey, you know, congratulations for making it through your day, blah blah bullshit stuff." And then he was like, "Well, I'm glad that I got to finally meet you guys, kind of for a little bit." And I was just like, "Well, don't worry about, not being able to spend, technical time meeting us, because, we understand that, it's like it's a retirement and there's a lot of people that, have like grown up, seen you grow up and, yada, whatever, yada, yada stuff. Like they have expectations of being able to talk to you, like all this stuff. It's like, civilians just don't get it. When somebody's in the military and they're getting out and they come to this function and they're like, "Oh my God, I'm going to talk to the person, blah, blah, blah." And they don't kind of understand that like everybody's going to want to talk to this person.
Right.
So, like us in the military world, like we were just like, yeah, we're not going to talk to you. Go talk to everybody because we know everybody's going to want to talk to you. We'll just hang out and we'll entertain all your other guests for you because we know it sucks. Like you are so spread thin. So we're just good at doing that for people because
Facts.
it's kind of how it is.
Yeah, it was a bizarre.
But then he was like, "I'm sorry that I called you out." He's like, "And then I didn't even know your husband's name. I didn't know your guys' last name. So then I was like, hey, new military family."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh yeah, we were not expecting that."
Yeah.
And then I was like, and then it was so weird because, here we are at, we like went to the furthest corner of the room and then people were like creepily coming our direction. He was laughing. He was like, "Oh my gosh." I'm like, and then I'm like, "I'm sorry." I'm like, "I have an odd humor." I'm like, "You'll learn." I'm like, and I wrote out your card and then I was like having a panic attack the whole ceremony. I was like, "Oh my God, it's too late to take the card, tear it up, buy a new one." Like, oh God, I should have had Matt. Like write the well wish in it. He's like, "It's okay." He's like, "I'm infantry." He's like, "I know when to be appropriate and when I can like let loose." And I was like, "Okay." I'm like, "Oh, that's good." Because I was like, "Oh, he's going to think I'm the biggest idiot ever."
I mean, part of me was like, well, he's infantry, so he's gotta. I mean, there's just certain things that infantry folk are. There's stereotypes for a reason.
Yeah.
But he was also a lieutenant colonel, so.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just pouring it all over my desk.
Yeah, basically. No, he's using an aerator, so it basically adds air into the wine. It gives it a better, more full body taste. Also, it's got like a little net. So like we've had this wine for a good while now, and it might have like some little sediment at the bottom of it. I have noticed, and I don't like sediment in my wine.
So, yep, that's what it was. It was just an aerator. And then of course I had my little glass here. The doctor told me I should drink a glass of red wine a day for my heart, and I read online from the Cleveland Clinic that for a person assigned male at birth, you should drink 2 glasses of wine a day for heart health. So here we are.
And so this is like a situation like I have obviously had about 2 bottles a day.
Cheers to that.
Before,
Yep.
This
is a good one.
So yeah, so I've obviously had health challenges. Like that's the reason why we were like off streaming for quite a long time. So my rheumatologist has me on this like Mediterranean diet. Everybody has like done this like the fad keto diet. A lot of people don't realize there are like a million types of keto diets. Like, I don't like to say it diet. It's like a lifestyle. If you're gonna like eat a certain way. It's really a lifestyle. But yeah, so Mediterranean keto is really what it is. And that's how he would prefer me to eat my food. Obviously, there's a lot that I still can't eat because I don't have a colon and I don't have pretty much all my stomach and some small intestine, and I'll lose some more coming at some point here pretty soon. But yeah. And then on top of it, then my GI doctor wanted me to like even go even more strict and go low FODMAP. So I was kind of already that, which I don't know, just basically makes you eat more bland food, I think. I don't know. But whatever. So Gitch and Chrissy Gumi they've been like off doing their own like eating whatever the heck. But finally I got him like to look into like how I eat the other day. He actually like researched it online on the Cleveland Clinic site, and he like realized that it's actually pretty healthy and it would be probably pretty doable for him.
It's all good food too. It's food that I eat.
Yeah.
It's like fish and plants, and that's pretty much it.
And so it's been like a big struggle bus in our house to just kind of get it put back together after moving here, like because the way the army movers packed everything and then just how it just got moved into our house, like, and then just our house in general is like really just a shit show. Like
It's a mess.
If honestly, I mean, I'm trying to make the best of it. It is the worst move we've ever had in our army life.
That's a fact.
For real. I mean, we are lucky. We have not had a bad move until now. Like a lot of people like have, you know, all of their like furniture stolen or damaged or destroyed, or, you know, like,
or it goes into storage and gets moldy and shit.
Yeah, ruined by mold, or, you know, or they move into the worst house and it's like a freaking nightmare. Well, that's finally our story. It is a freaking nightmare.
Yeah.
And it is disgusting. Like, I mean, it's finally to the point where like I feel like I can walk in my house barefoot, but not all the time. I don't know. I am kind of like, not, I wouldn't say I'm a germaphobe, but I sometimes I look at things, I'm like, I get kind of skeezy feeling, like, yuck. And I think it's just because I've gotten so sick and I've been so sick so many times. My health is so fragile. I literally walk into our kitchen. The linoleum in our kitchen is so gross. Like, it disgusts me. And then like the fake hardwood floor in the dining room is so disgusting. I'm just
it's like warping, and it's a mess.
The people that lived in the house before us had like a million animals that they just let go to the bathroom all over the house, and it's damaged by it. It's disgusting.
Yeah, it is gross.
Like if I had all kinds of money, I would seriously like either like tear up the flooring that's covering the flooring that's underneath it, honestly, or I would cover this flooring with some other flooring just so I don't have to look at it.
Yeah,
because it scares me.
Yeah, and it really is just like, because for me too, like we're finally to a point where at least all the boxes are unpacked,
except for the ones in the basement.
No,
the basement is a whole other situation.
Well, the only ones in the basement are ones that, like, they're like books and stuff. There's stuff that we're just not ready to put away yet. But like all the major boxes are unpacked. But every time I walk through the house, it's like I can't take 5 steps without a project presenting itself and then or like an urgent, like this needs to be fixed right now situation, like the basement filling up with water, or like, you know, so one of the automatic cat litter things going haywire, and then the cats start pooping all over the basement because the litter box isn't behaving, and like it's been a lot of stress.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And it sucks anyway, because like Chrissy Gumi is a lot of stress in itself. She's really not a help. She's 13. You would think a 13-year-old could just be like, hey, pick up after yourself. Maybe help out in the house. No.
I mean, yeah, you would hope, but
She's like 13 going on 2.
yeah, she was talking to me at lunch today before you got there about how like she was doing some self-reflection in her room, like writing stuff down and realizing that like she does take a lot of steps back. She's like, I've made a lot of progress and steps forward, but then I like realized that I take a lot of steps back a lot of the times. I'm like, yeah, you do. That's true.
Yeah. What was the steps back, did she say?
She didn't specify anything. She's being very vague, you know. She's being aloof, like a teenager. I was just happy she was opening up to me, so I was just letting her talk.
I'm just like interested because, you know, I've asked some of my friends, like I have been just like very like interested in what their kids' rooms looked like, you know. So I've like honestly, like I've asked Gloria, I asked Kimberly, like I've asked, you know, Stephanie, like I've asked just friends that have teenagers, like what do their kids' rooms look like? Can you show me a picture? And when they show me, I'm just like, do they not own things? Like, where do you put your stuff? And I've come to the conclusion that for one, I think they like keep stuff in like a storage thing in a closet or something, and like they just do not have all the tiny things of shit that Chrissy Gumi has. Like she keeps all the little tiny things, you know?
Yeah, she is a very much a knick-knack collector.
And she's always kind of been that way. Like, remember when she was like little and she had her pack, she'd have all those tiny little scraps of paper that she kept in it, like torn up pieces
of paper with not like just nothing written on them, just torn up pieces of paper.
She would just keep garbage
in her bag of grapes.
Yeah. Don't eat all my grapes, Uncle Matt. I'm not gonna eat your grapes. She's hoarding food like she's gonna starve to death.
You excited for Starfield, Steven? It's coming soon. I already have it pre-installed. Pretty psyched for it. I put a lot of time in Skyrim. I'm hoping it's kind of the same, like basically Skyrim in space. I mean, obviously I want it to be a little bit more than that, but I hope it's like a situation where you can level your skills individually, and you know, because there's all kinds of games out there where you like gain experience and level up your whole character as a whole at each level. I really like that skill leveling system that Skyrim and those types of games had.
Oh, so I was telling Stuart earlier, you know, about my story ideas.
Yeah.
Well, then I was also telling my friend Casey about it, and also over in England.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, he's finally got back to me and was like, "Oh, that's exciting. What are you writing about?" So I was like, "Yeah, I'm like, one of the stories I'm gonna write about is about my my cat Callie Joe. She's like a long hair cat. She had a big bushy tail, and I literally thought that her tail was a total other animal connected to her. And I was just trying to find the eyes at the end of the other end. Like, where's the head?" And he's like, "Excuse me? What?" And he's like, "Is this like a children's story?" I was like, "Well, I was a child." He goes, "Wait, this was you?" I was like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh, okay."
That's funny.
Yeah. Like, it's so funny. Like, they just must think like, "Oh, all right, Chrissy May, like, good luck getting that published." But I think, for one, I think like not only, well, for one, I could self-publish it.
Yeah.
But second, I do think that, like, I think I wouldn't even need to just self-publish it. I think that my book would like get picked up.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's pretty likely. I mean, you got a lot of
I have a lot of crazy stories.
interesting stories.
I have some inspirational stories. I have some like really crazy ass stories. I mean, I just have things that just don't happen to just normal people. That's for sure. And I just keep surviving these things, you know?
Yeah.
That's what's so crazy about it. And that's what Stuart was like. And it's so funny. You just like laugh or smile through it. He's like, "That's when I knew you were different." Well, I was like, "Well, what else am I supposed to do? Who wants to be miserable?" I mean, I guess there are actually people that like to dwell in their misery.
Well, you know, there's people that they seek the attention, you know.
It was weird. I was thinking about it actually the other day because I don't know. I was talking to somebody and I was just like, I don't know. I just think that you just need to just choose to be happy. Just try to just find your happiness every day. Like, that's just what I try to do at this point. And she was just like, "Oh, that's a really good That's really good advice.
Hey, always flying. Welcome.
Hey, how have you been? We missed you too. We're sorry we've been like just MIA for so long. It's mostly my fault. Pretty much all my fault.
Well, that's not true. I've been tired too. I mean, there's been nights where Chrissy May's been like, you know what, I think I could stream tonight, and I'm like, I am not feeling it.
But yeah, I was just like talking to my friend and I was just like, you know what's weird? I know some people where like you look at them and they're like that like really like mean miser that's just like walking through their life. They're like they're just like looking down with every single step and like
That's
Glenn
fair.
Gitch. They literally are just like looking down with everything. And it's like if they could just be punching everything with every step, like I imagine that's what they would do if they could not get put in jail or something. Like they're just, and then every single word out of their mouth is just like negative, or like you could be like, hey, I hope you have a great day. And they're going to be like, no, it's going to suck because this, and this, and then you're just like, sorry, I talked to you. And like, I know people like that. And it just like baffles me. Like, who peed in your Wheaties? Like every day. I mean, I've had shit happen to me over and over and over again in my life. And I am not like that. Why are you like that? And you have not gone through the shit I've gone through. Like, come on now. Not like it's a competition in any way, but I've gone through some bad shit. I mean, I'm not like third world country living, but kinda. I kind of think like if you were to put me on like a level of like the shit I've gone through and then like compared me to like a third world country person, like who's got it worse? I think they might think they've got it better sometimes.
I mean, I think that's all dependent on your worldview.
They'll be like, I've got my colon, I've got my stomach, I can still have kids, I'm not in pain every day. I don't got all your ex-husbands to deal with. That's for dang sure. I don't know.
Well, we love you too. We love you guys too. We love all of the folks.
But I do have clean water. Well, I didn't have clean water for a while here. I was living like a third world country. Not quite.
Yeah, it's been a mess.
Clean underwear. I just bought new underwear. It was weird here. I kind of felt like when I was here before Gitch came back from North Carolina, because I was here all by myself, initially, because I had a bunch of doctor's appointments here. I didn't have a hot water heater for 9 days because our property managers here freaking suck. They would just like stop answering our phone calls, text messages, everything, regardless that we got the military involved and everything, and code enforcement got involved and everything. It was insane. But I was just like, I kind of feel like maybe I'm like a person that just like crept into an abandoned house and I'm just like squatting. Like that's kind of what it felt like. I'm like, is this what it's like squatting in a house? Like I'm bringing in gallons of water to use and like door dashing and eating food in, and like it was really cold here too initially. So I was just like huddling with all the blankets and the animals on my air mattress. And it was just so weird. I was like, man, I feel like I'm a squatter in this house. It was so disgusting in this house. It was just like, I can't even explain to you.
Yeah, it was out of control.
Like they had like the people that lived in it before us had gotten evicted, and they had like ruined and broken stuff on purpose, like, out of vengeance and stuff, maliciousness. They had like taken like Copenhagen and just purposely like spit throughout the house. That's funny.
That is funny.
Yeah, it was. I mean, when we walked in the middle of the night, it was like your feet were just sticking to the floor. It was like, yuck. You're in your office.
Just hearing it from around the corner, like.
She's like, oh, those people sound familiar. It's them. I don't remember what state are you in? Because it's been so long. Well, and I have chemo brain. You guys, I failed biology. I did. I failed biology this last semester. Which is like really horrible because I actually do know everything I like took. Missouri. Okay. I think I remember that. The Missouri where they... I know. That's what's so crazy. I have taken biology a bunch of times. I had to retake it because they wouldn't take it because I had done biology like so many years previously. Like they were like, oh, you haven't done it within so many years. You need to redo it. We don't accept this credit. And so I had to redo it. And I was like, that's insane. Well, now apparently in my old age, or maybe after PTSD land and seizures and migraines and chemo and whatever, I have test anxiety now. So since I've been doing college online, they do that proctored testing. So like everything's like taped, we're videoing you and timer starts now. And it's like, all of a sudden I'm just like, like it just like freaks me out. And like, I literally just like, I just panic. I just freak out. I am just like, okay, I kind of feel like I'm choking in my throat and my eyes start kind of watering a bit and my nose feels kind of runny. And I go through and I'm like, okay, I know. Okay, I'm going to do all the questions I know for sure. I'm going to do those. And then I'll go back through and like start thinking about the ones that I'm just like, and then I just stare at them. And then I'm just like, oh my gosh, this thing is like thinking that I'm looking at like something off in the distance and thinking I'm cheating.
Oh my God. It's catching me staring blankly into space and thinking that I'm reading something.
Yeah. Yeah. And then I just like so get in my head about it. And then I'm looking at the timer and I'm just like, how did I just spend like 5 minutes doing shit? Oh my God. I have 57 questions still to do. And I have how many minutes? Like, oh God. They are always watching. Yes. And then I just like, shit. And then I'm just like, you know what? Screw it. I'm just going to turn it in. I'm going to send my professor an email and be like, I failed it. I just panicked and I failed it. Screw it. I don't know what to tell you. I failed it. And that's just what I did. I failed every freaking test in the course. Every test I failed it. And I'd get like A's on all the homework. I would just like, this makes sense. And then I would talk to him over the phone because he'd call me and he'd be like, so do you need help? Like, do I need to hook you up with a success coach, or, do you need tutoring? And I'd be like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I understand this. And I'd just go on and on and on. He'd be like, yeah, you clearly understand the units. Like you definitely understand all of this. I'm like, yeah, I took like biotechnology and genetics in high school and AP classes in high school like 27 years ago. I still remember this stuff. Like I have taken like, human physiology, 1 and 2. Like I just finished chemistry and I did well in that class, surprisingly, considering I couldn't even figure out how to do the software in the course. So I'm just like, I don't know what to tell you. I just freak out in the tests. I understand all of the information. I understand all, the nomenclature. I understand all genus species and like the whole like, kingdom species, class, phylus, and domain and all that stuff. I understand what's biggest to smallest, and I understand, Darwin and how he traveled around and, blah, blah, whatever, and what his dad did and, all this crap. Like, I know it all. I understand everything. Like, I can answer all these questions that you ask me, Professor, but like, I just cannot do the videotaped exams. I just can't. I don't know what to tell you. I suck. So I failed it. I failed the course. And since I did it with the GI Bill, like I'll have to pay for it out of pocket if I have to do it again. So I don't know.
But I mean, luckily you're switching to psychology, so you shouldn't need.
Yeah. So get this. So, I've worked so hard with, doing this like nursing course, this path to nursing, that here we get to like Pittsburgh, and I've just been on this like collision course with my health for however long now. I mean, honestly, when I went back into school, I thought, oh, okay, I'm like stable enough. I thought I could like go back into school. Apparently not. Learned that the hard way. But definitely when we got here to Pittsburgh, and I honestly, because I don't know if you guys knew this, but
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I don't really check Facebook very often.
No, I saw pictures of your kid. Oh, maybe that was on Darlene's page though. Oh, anyway, yeah. So then, anyway, so after the whole shabacle with having sepsis and kidney shut down, I was having like some intense, horrible pain here and like some situation with the bathroom and everything. I thought I had like a kidney situation again. So I went to the urgent care, and then they were like, oh no, your pee is fine. You don't have a bladder infection. But we're concerned about your kidneys considering your history in April. So go to the ER, straight to the ER. They took me straight to the back, like no waiting or anything, like phew, to the back. And then they like did imaging like immediately. I was just like, am I your VIP patient? Like, wow. Which they like, I don't know if you guys are like familiar with like being in the ER. I have just been familiar with being in the ER and just like the waiting game. Like, you go there, you live there at the ER, you're there the entire day. They're like, okay, we're going to get the IV started, put you back out in the waiting room. No, we're going to take you for a CT scan, bring you back, and we're going to set you back in the waiting room. Oh, okay, the doctor's going to look at this now, and we're going to do some more tests, but then we're going to set you in the waiting room again. Oh, finally, the bed's open. Okay, now we're going to take you back. It's been 12 hours. That didn't happen here. They literally just like zoop, took me back and they plopped me in like a little gurney against the wall in a hallway. That is actually way better than anything, like way better than like doing the whole thing that it was like back in North Carolina. It is better than having a room in the ER because when you have a room in the ER, they hook you up to the monitors. So when your IV runs out and it's beeping, that sucks. Now you got to wait for somebody.
I showed that to her.
Hold on. Don't do it. Don't wait. Recommend students go into download books for their free courses. I'm not advocating. Wait. So I should or shouldn't? I'm confused.
He's saying he doesn't advocate for it.
No. I wasn't doing that
But
anyway.
if you do it, that's, he's not responsible.
Oh. Well, that's cool. Can I do that for like courses I haven't signed up for? Because I apparently I can like do this type of thing and then I can take this test and I can like, they'll pass me on courses. I learned about it. But it's not CLEP. It's some other thing. I wonder if I can do that. Just read this stuff and then just like, pass.
He says, read the comments for other things to avoid doing.
Oh, read the comments? Yes, ma'am. Oh, okay. Well, can you send this to me?
Yep.
So yeah, well, anyway, it wasn't my kidney. It was actually my GI, and then it was cancer. Not bad cancer, just low-grade cancer and like variant. Like not variant, but it's like they take a section and then they test like they take a section and they test like tiny like various areas of the section and then it came back with variant degrees of dysplasia, which doesn't say a lot except that it just says that like some was like low grade, some was like more serious cancer. Like it's just kind of like a hodgepodge mess of cancer. I mean, you're going to deal with it the same way, just like freaking surgically take that area out. So that's it. But I was kind of upset because I thought it was a kidney thing. It's just a little bit less of my digestive system. So basically that meant that I put a kibosh on me furthering my nursing career that I was nearly done with getting. And now I'm getting a psychology degree. And I have actually applied at a crisis center in the area. And I am doing my training to be a victim's advocate. Which that's fine. I mean, I can use like my law enforcement experience and
I start my classes tomorrow.
yeah. I mean, if I'm still alive at this point, like I could get my master's in social work. So I have a good friend that I made out at JBLM. She's a social worker and she was like, oh my gosh, she's like, I really want to go into what you're doing. And so she had always been a social worker that like worked in the schools and worked on base and everything, but she really wants to get into trauma. And so now she's going to do that. And So now she's all excited because I'm doing it, and she's going to do it now. She's never gotten to do trauma. So now she's excited that I'm doing it. And what's kind of cool is they asked me, they're like, so would you be interested in like joining our advisory board? I was like, really? Because back when,
Why not?
back when I said, well, if we actually retire here, I would actually be interested in that. Because back when we were initially stationed at JBLM when he was infantry, I did do some speaking for the Cancer Society in Seattle. And they were doing this big, it was like a big lobbying thing. They were trying to like do pass a new bill for like cancer research. And so I had done a speech and everything in regards to like my experience and everything way back in the day when I was like really young. And I had actually been part of a trial medicine that is now like very successful in reproductive cancers. It's like one of like if you have like breast cancer or like ovarian cancer, it's pretty much like your first line of like chemo that they'll do. It's called Taxol. But back when I did it, it was like phase 3 like trial medicine when I did it. And so I just kind of talked about my experience and everything, and talked about when my dad had cancer and when he was doing stem cell transplant and everything. Because back when he did it, he was in the study as well. It was like decades ago. But so anyway, I just did a speech about it and talked about my experience, and it was just in regards to like lobbying and how, you know, yada yada whatever. So anyway, it was on my application for this place, and she was just like, wow, you have a lot of experience. And I was just like, is she just very young or something? Like, I think there's probably more people that have more experience than me.
Well,
Like,
there's also lots of people that have less experience than you.
but I mean, I'm not afraid to like go and speak on, Capitol Hill. Like, I'm not afraid to do stuff like that. I do have a lot of life experience. And I'm not afraid of like researching and studying up on like whatever is getting, the next vote, in whatever they are looking at. So like I am definitely a person that would, put my efforts in wherever it's needed. So I told her, I was like, for sure, like if we actually do retire here, I would, put my talents wherever it's needed. So right now it's like if I have energy to like go drive a victim to the courthouse and do her protection order paperwork, I can do that. Or maybe I need to take somebody to the safe house, or maybe I need to answer, the chat line or the phone lines, or maybe just come into the crisis center and just do paperwork for them, like whatever my energy needs are that time frame. They're just happy to have me in whatever I have. So, which is nice, because initially she was just like, so we have a position open. I was like, no, you don't want me to have a paid position, because I cannot, like, you cannot just know that I may not be able to come like 8 hours a day. Like I might be there 8 hours. Like if somebody is like, you say, oh, Chrissy May, like I need you to come and pick up this person. Can you do that? And I'll be like, I'm coming right now. And then I go get this family, and then I'm going to be like all in, and I'm going to be there doing whatever. And I'm like all this energy, and I might be there like, 8 to 10 hours or something. But for like a job, I can't do that every day. And if I'm like dependent on for that, I know there's no way. I don't want some person or some company or, organization to have that on me, because that's not something that they can depend on. I know that my health is not stable enough for that.
To answer your question, always flying. I'm starting my new job, the training for my new job tomorrow. So it'll be at Carnegie Mellon University here in Pittsburgh, and it's going to be starting with some Python and cloud administration classes. By the end of it, I'm supposed to have at least 6 and potentially 9 professional certifications in IT type stuff. So I'll have, Python basics and advanced Python, Azure 901, and then whatever the Azure classes are weirdly numbered, but I'll have the entry level Azure and then the next level Azure and CompTIA Essentials and CompTIA Cloud Plus, as well as some like Kaspersky something or other, and then a bunch of other ones that I'm not super familiar with, but it's pretty cool.
See, he knows.
Mm-hmm. Of course he does.
He's like he can do all that stuff already. He just took on flying for like the fun of it. He can basically like program the plane that he's flying. Like if he was to crash land and then they were to be like, oh crap, this plane doesn't work right now. We're on a desert island and the plane's not going to start. He can take some like grass or something, and then he can like make a new like microchip or something. He'll be like, oh yeah, I can make a new microchip. I'm going to like meld these grasses together super crazily and make metal out of the grass. And then I'm going to make a microchip out of it. I'm going to program it somehow on this desert island. He's that wicked smart. And then he'll program. He'll fix the plane.
I had the opposite thing. Well, mostly I just I got sick of flying with low hour people, and
I got sick of almost getting killed.
Yeah, just fearing for my life almost every time I went into work. So I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad I'm at a point in my career where it's pretty likely I could retire here, depending on how the family feels about the area after. I mean, we'll probably know within a year.
I was actually told my first doctor's appointment here that I should not move again.
Yeah, there's that too.
Well, before we even moved, my doctor was like, you should not move. Why are you moving? You cannot move. And then when I got here, the doctor was like, why did you move? You have a complicated medical history. Don't move again.
Yep.
You know what? I wasn't quite sure, because Duke, I was like, oh, Duke is really great, But since I've gotten here, I feel like I've been treated like a celebrity at UPMC. And my GI doctor is the head of the department, for one, and he's a genetic oncology gastroenterologist, so it's like all kind of weird. I'm in this like special research thing of his, He works hand in hand with a doctor at Cleveland Clinic, which is like really renowned for GI issues, which is not far from here. It's like 2 hours. So
Thank you very
I feel
much.
like I have great care in that regard. And then I have 13 specialty doctors.
Whoa, what was that?
So it's a lot. And they're all at UPMC. What do you mean? What is that?
They just I think donated to the Stack Up.
Really?
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Maybe. No. I don't know. Saw a little thing pop up there, but
Well, I saw Stack Up like pop up earlier. I thought you were just like advertising because
well, yeah, I am advertising that, but
I completely almost forgot about our Stack Up thing. Yeah, it's so weird. Gitch got like approached by Stack Up, which they're apparently like a super awesome organization. Stop talking about her. Steven!
I mean, you know, I couldn't tell you.
Now she's back here.
Bean just tipped $25. Wow, thank you, the Bean.
Thank you. Tell me about this Stack Down. So tell them about Stack Up.
Okay, yeah, so Stack Up. So I, you know,
Jeans.
well,
I'm only 5 feet tall, so compared to me,
I was
short people don't fit things inside of them very well.
I got a weird email a while back, and normally I don't really pay attention to emails that I get in my business email because I don't, you know, all it is it's on my YouTube channel. It's in the Twitch.
I don't even know how to check mine.
It's like I don't use it hardly, and so if I get something in there that's like not Etsy or, you know, something that I've been working on, I tend to just ignore it. Well, I got this email that was like, hey, I'm so and so from this organization, and I was looking through some of your clips on Twitch, and I thought you had a good vibe for what we're going for, so feel free to reach out to me, you know. And the first one I got, I was like, whatever, this is, you know, nothing I need to worry about. Spam, scam, whatever. Well, then she emailed me again, and she's like, hey, I just wanted to reach out again and, you know, tell you about our organization. And I was like, okay, maybe there's something to this. So I looked into the company. It's a company called Stacked Up. They're a nonprofit organization, and they basically they bring awareness to the suicide rate in the veteran community, and they offer resources to veterans focused on like geek and gaming culture. They have a Discord that has a crisis hotline that's always live. So if people are having a hard time, they can go on the Stack Up Discord, and they reach a crisis counselor, and they can like work through their issues that way. They send care packages overseas to deployed soldiers with geek culture type items in it. They offer like trips to geek culture events,
like Comic-Con,
like Comic-Cons and esports events and stuff like that to people that deserve it and stuff like that. So I was like, well, this is a pretty cool organization. So I had a little Zoom call with them, and they, you know, kind of went through their whole process and talked about everything. And then they were like, whoa, you already got all your stuff set up. Like normally I got to walk people through this, but so So that I have a donor drive set up. The QR code, you might have seen it pop up on the screen there, but that's that QR code. If you donate to that donor drive, it all goes to Stack Up. None of it comes to me. There's no like coming to me and then I pass it on. It just goes straight to them. So feel free to use that QR code. That being said, the bean, $25. That's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, we're just gonna send that straight to Stack Up.
Yep.
So. Unless you were like totally against that. But I don't imagine you are.
I'm not against it at all. So
But
yeah,
yeah,
that's it's a great
And
organization.
then they were like,
And you can go to stackup.org. Yeah, it's awesome. Stackup.org is their website.
and then they
if
were
you
like,
wanna look
oh,
into it.
and your wife is included in this. Would she be interested? And I was like, I never stream. I don't even know how to game. Do they know I only do one game and it's on a Sega Saturn?
That's okay.
It's on a Sega Saturn. Last night, oh my gosh, Aiden, last night we told somebody that we're it was like a new person that we've kind of been talking with. And we let the cat out of the bag that, you know, I've got this Sega Saturn game that it's like the only game that I like. Oh yeah. Yeah, tabletop games. We haven't done a tabletop game in like eons though. And so I talked about the game that I really like. I was really addicted to it a while back. And since having cancer, it's been kind of hard for me to like get my head into the game. Honestly, like hey Darlene.
Hello. Miss you guys.
Because like I remember I used to sing karaoke. I had not sang since Fort Rucker. That's like heck a long time ago. I sang my first time when we moved here. It's my first time since Fort Rucker. That's a long, long time. I didn't even sing in the car at all. Like I just did not have any interest. Like cancer just took the fun out of my entire brain, I think. So it's been kind of difficult for me to kind of like get back into wanting to play my winning post game. It's a horse racing simulator game, basically. But I have a Sega Saturn, and Gitch has a way to like hook it up to my computer so that I can stream and play it at the same time. We just haven't had time to like get it all hooked up. So that is the plan long term, is that I could like stream and play my game and whatever. But I have a Nintendo Switch. I have a bunch of games I've like bought for it. I just don't ever play it. So I don't even know if my Nintendo Switch.
I mean it's a hobby. This is like so because we we don't make money doing this, but
yeah, we just do this for funsies because honestly, this is like the only way he socializes.
well, that's not true.
I have to force him to talk to people. I'm the only way that he talks to his friends. I have to call them for him.
Sometimes
he's so antisocial.
Hey, I have a monthly D&D campaign that I'm doing right now, so I socialize once a month, and that's plenty enough for me.
It's ridiculous. And it's funny because like I seem like I'm a very like extroverted person. I'm not really an extrovert. I'm just, it sounds really weird, but there was just a time in my life where one-page rules.
Yeah,
Yeah, I made friends with Darlene.
All good, Steven.
Yeah, so
I want to look into that one-page rules game. That sounds cool.
So this sounds really funny. Okay, I'm going to explain this to you if this has never been explained to you before, Aiden. Don't get hurt feelings over this, but I think you know this. Aiden is a bit of an acquired taste, just as I am, just as Gitch is. There's some situations at flight school. He's hecka smart, very young person at this time. Way more smart than his years. Very outspoken. Like, he is quick to correct people when they're wrong. And then they don't like it because he's a very young person correcting them, you know? And so his poor wife, I felt, was just like gonna get like the short end of that stick. And I know what it's like to be like a young person just out there on your own, like just doing whatever. And then I'm just like hearing everything. They're like, oh my gosh, that guy, he knows everything. Blah, 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 blah. And so I was like, oh my gosh, she's never going to get a friend because of him. That's horrible. So anyway, I just like wanted to make sure she's like got a friend. And she's really cool. She's very fun. She's very nice. I loved her dog.
Thank you very much.
I liked hanging out with her. And I have a tendency to get stressed out in situations sometimes. And I did not get stressed out hanging out with her. So it was very comfortable being with her. So it was nice. So I liked it. I liked being with Darlene. And then it was really funny because then the guys come back and then I tell him and I was like, hey, I'm friends with Darlene. And and then he was like, what the? He's but it turns out, you know, it was like a great thing because I don't think that people really give it a chance. Like, they just don't understand, like, all that they could see in him.
Well,
Like,
it is. I mean, he's, no offense, a bit abrasive.
I am too, honestly. I have the best intentions, but I am a bit too honest and a bit too blunt. I don't have a lot of patience sometimes, a lot of the time. I throw people under the bus all the time.
Like your husband.
I mean, sometimes you are what you are, and
Yeah, I mean,
it is.
that is. I mean, you own it. You're you. You're who you are. You're non-apologetic about it, and that I can respect. So.
No, I
No,
didn't see her
I'm here for
tattoo. Gid's gonna be on the couch tonight.
Nah.
She definitely pulled the short straw. No, she didn't. No, I think you guys are very lucky that you found each other. And you guys were very young when you got married, too. Like, the fact that you guys got married so young, you're still together. You had a very stressful situation when you guys had your baby. And you guys didn't like get divorced despite everything. Like, I don't think you guys understand how significant that is. I saw a lot of parents in the NICU like not come out of that together, which is crazy. That should not happen. But a lot of parents that have premature kids don't come out.
Oh, Steven, thank you.
Steven. Steven's so sweet all the time.
He is.
We need to have Steven come out and visit. He
Right?
needs to come see Pittsburgh.
Come to Pittsburgh, my brother. Yeah, that one's not gonna work.
Oh,
This one works.
the Acostas need to come to Pittsburgh. Hey, Aiden, do you ever like land here? Like fly here? Yes, yes. She is pretty and amazing. Both. Yes. You do.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah. That would be cool if you ever just like had some sort of like lag time that you were just here. But not next month. Okay, maybe October. Okay. It's kind of cool having a pilot friend again. I had a pilot friend back in the day. I went to school with him. I grew up with him. I remember I met him the first day of 7th grade. It was back in the day when you had perm mullets. And we were in typing class. And he was like checking his hair out, and like he had like a little pair of scissors in his pocket, and he was like, you know, you have like those little stands that you put your typing book up on, and it was like shiny enough that he could see his reflection in it. He was like cutting the stray hairs that were out of place in his perm mullet. Anyway, his name was Adam Baker. He thought that I was like somebody that had failed typing. He thought I was a 9th grader. No, I was a 7th grader. I was a Sevy. But anyway, we became really good friends. He was one of the popular guys. I was not a popular kid at all. But where I took horseback riding lessons, he was like best buddies with my instructor's son. And so he was always like trying to get us connected. We did date for a little while, but it didn't last very well. Anyway, but Adam and I stayed friends for the rest of our school age. He became a pilot for Delta, and he was hubbed out of, I want to say Louisville or something. Anyway, he would always like, he would have like a long period of time where he would like be in Evansville, Indiana, and then he'd call me up and he'd be like, "Hey, Krista, I'm here in Evansville. Are you free? I'm in the pilot's lounge." And so I'd like drive over and I'd meet up with him, and like we would chit chat and talk and whatever. Anyway, last time I got to talk with him, he was just there actually just gonna like catch the flight home and then just like stay there for a long bit, and actually meet up with his fiance and see his family for a little bit in Minnesota. And I was driving home also, and then he had some freak thing happen at a bar. Some guy was like drugged out, like clocked him, like punched him like crazy and everything. And my friend was in a coma, and then he eventually died. So it's kind of like really sad, actually. I think about him whenever I think about like my pilot friends, you know. Every time I go to an airport and I see like somebody just like, you know, a pilot just walking to the gate, I just kind of think about Adam. Just kind of heartbreaking at times. But now every time I think about Aiden, or I think about Gitch's ex co-worker who works for where does
He's JetBlue.
JetBlue, yeah. I had a JetBlue flight to Minnesota. Actually was pretty nice. They were like, it wasn't like I had like a fancy seat or anything like that, and I felt like I was in first class. It was really weird. It was a really cheap flight too, and I felt like I was in first class. I would probably fly JetBlue again in the future.
I'm pretty sure. I don't know what happened. I got something in the back of my throat.
What are you,
all of a
old
sudden?
now?
Yeah, I don't know what.
Did you become like
This is crazy.
65?
I don't know. But they're like a regional for American, I think.
See a pee-pee. The funniest thing though, I don't remember what airline I was on. They had the weirdest video. They had like they're like safety like demonstrations. They had like a straight up video. It was like everybody had they had like little
He
like
was in Endeavor. That's what it is. He
oh
was
yeah,
in Endeavor.
he was Endeavor.
And then he
Yeah,
went over to
was.
JetBlue because they
And then
paid
he
him
went-
more.
Yeah, he went to JetBlue after Endeavor. His dad was Endeavor for like 27 years. He was like an Endeavor lifer. But yeah, I was on like some airlines and there was like a little like TV thing in front of me and there was like the little safety thing. I was freaking like taking pictures. I was like, is this like some like Korean movie I'm watching? It was the funniest thing I'd ever saw. I just couldn't stop. I was like, this is hilarious. I don't know if that was the JetBlue thing, but it was so odd. If it was hilarious. I don't know.
I mean, I've seen a couple of interesting safety presentations. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Maybe it was United.
He did
I don't
fly
know.
United a lot.
Oh,
out of North Carolina. Gandalf, howdy. Cheers.
hey Gandalf. We're drinking wine tonight. None of that pre-mixed Jack and Coke stuff that about killed me last night.
The doctor told me I have to drink red wine for my heart. And I read on
The Cleveland
Clinic that those assigned male at birth should drink 2 glasses of red wine per day for your heart. So
7 ounces total.
yeah, 2 3.5 ounce glasses. So, as Steven has said, why not make it 2 bottles? If 2 glasses is good, 2 bottles is better, right? So, well,
Yeah, no bingers here for sure. Okay, well, that's all dark. And you did not listen to him.
yeah, at all. Not even in the slightest.
So we've got Steven on here. We've got one of Gitch's flight school buddies on here. I think you know what? We should like get a tabletop night together. Well, if he's ever like not flying.
That's right. Yeah.
Like we could play Catan on tabletop still.
Yeah,
right?
we can play. Well, actually, I should. Yeah, I should see what I can play on there.
Well, hi there, Pierre. I see you. I see you, little buddy. I see you, Pierre. Oh my gosh, Aiden. I feel like it's been like a lifetime since we've seen you guys. Last time we saw you, you had your puppy. You had just gotten the cats. And then like we had Ginger.
Well, yeah, it's just a matter of whether we have the assets, because a lot of those, workshop stuff, got hit with DCMA.
Oh.
So, but I think, I know for a fact I have Cosmic Encounter because I paid for that.
Oh yeah, we did. Oh, do I have it too though?
Only one of us needs it.
Oh really? You just got a new kitten? How did I miss that?
A lot of the I know the Reclick stuff did.
Just a little Pierre, you're such a cute little puppy. And then so they had gotten the little cats Remember, like I helped them. It's so weird. I
Yeah.
helped get their cats. Oh, you got okay. That's how I missed it. That's crazy. Oh, it's so cute. And then, and then they've pretty much missed all of our animals because we've just been gone ever since. So they've missed Pierre, they've missed Viva, they've missed Barley. Like the only animal in our house that he's ever met is Sniffles. That's it. We have Sniffles still, and that's it, Aiden. Because Snort died. Ginger died. Well, you knew that we like found a home for Maddie because, you know, she needed a home. Sophie died while we were in Alabama.
Yep.
We found a home for Scruffles because she was trying to kill Sniffles. We found a home for Ruckers because she was trying to kill Sniffles.
Whoa.
Ruckers lives with my mom. Remember when we got Ruckers when she was like a little kitten? You guys were in walks and he thought she was a boy. I made all those memes about like Bacon and Ruckers, and like we thought she was a boy and she was a girl. Oh, here's a Pierre.
There you go.
Get him out of wine. Oh, so
Oh.
we like lost 3 animals in what?
A VES appointment?
What's that?
What is that? Virtual
Okay, so
elephant
after we left
saving? A virtual
after we-
elephant saving appointment?
after we left
Oh.
Ruckers, after we left Rucker. Oh. So they just do that sometimes. I've had that at my regular doctor's appointments. It's very weird. They occasionally just recheck your baselines, is my understanding. I don't know. They've just sprung it on me occasionally. I don't know.
Let me know if you want me to get it.
Okay. Yeah, I sometimes when I've just gone to my regular PCM appointments, like there was just a person there that just like retested me. They're like, "Oh, I'm here to like just check your baselines. We just need to check your baselines." And I was like, "Okay, I didn't know this was happening today." Yeah, it's weird. Honestly, I've never filed. I haven't.
Yeah, you definitely want to get that figured out.
I'm not getting disability through the VA, so I didn't know this was even a thing that was going to happen to me. So I don't know.
Hey, if you're over there on YouTube, hit that like button.
That's really weird. I should. I am wasting money. It's just that I have so many freaking doctor's appointments. It's exhausting.
I got 3 years and then I can retire.
Aiden, you need to go get your
My
shit.
goal is to get 100%.
Aiden, go start going to the doctors now.
Yeah.
For sure. Get your shit starting now.
My goal is to get 100% disability, because if I can do that, my retirement paycheck will be a little over $5,000 a month after taxes after taxes and TRICARE for life is taken out.
So I'm explaining this to Aiden. So when we left Rucker, we went to JBLM. We got a house on the Air Force side that was historic housing.
I already have everything on paper.
Pretty beautiful house, actually, a lot of character. It was very large. We had
That's why I have a permanent profile.
we had like 2 floors, a basement that was finished and everything. We thought we were pretty lucky because a lot of people that had historical housing had a basement, but it was a dirt floor. So the fact we had a finished basement, we were like, that's pretty huge. And in our basement, it was a finished basement. It had a bedroom in it. It had a full bathroom with a clawfoot tub and all that. So we were just like, "Ah, we have struck the gold mine."
Yep.
Or so we thought. Until
Till our pets started dying.
Till our pets started dying. Yes. Until our pets started dying. Yeah. So, Bacon. She came from Afghanistan. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of craziness that happens in Afghanistan. There's a lot of like chemicals used there, I'm sure, and everything.
Well, there's
like
radiation in the sand, literally.
Yeah.
Literally.
So, yeah. So there's that, But she was very young. She was like, gosh, I mean, we got her in 2000 and she was born in 2011. And
Yes. Or the
gosh.
PACT Act? I don't think so. I'm on the burn pit registry.
Gosh, she was born in she was born in 2011, and she started like pawing at her face and everything, and she just kind of was just having an issue with eating. Took her to the vet and everything, and then we thought maybe she had like an inflammation of her gum line or something like that. Like she would not let us look inside her mouth. We thought, okay, maybe she's got some sort of issue with her teeth or like an inflamed like issue or something, like a tooth issue. I was just like, how? She's so freaking young. Take her to the vet. She straight up had cancer of the jaw. Cancer of the jaw. She had a freaking hole in her jaw, in her gum. Hole in her freaking. I mean, when the vet was able, like she had like shot her up with like painkillers and everything, and like she like opened her mouth and I looked in, I almost threw up. And I have a very strong like stomach and can deal with shit. I felt like a piece of shit human that my animal was alive like that, and I had no clue that she was suffering like that. And of course, Gitch is gone because all the animals that he loves to death freaking die when he's gone. I got to deal with them while he's gone. And I'm just like, oh my God, she's got cancer. And
I got apples to apples on.
And I'm just like, what the fuck? Well, so, obviously she dies and everything. I put her down and it's heartbreaking. So, then Ginger, my dog, she's only 6. So think about this here. So like Ginger, we got her when we got married. She was a puppy when we got married. Bacon was even younger than Ginger. That's just wrong. These animals should not be dying that young. They were completely healthy. A golden retriever should not die when they're 6. A cat should not die when they're less than 6 years old. And so anyway, Ginger was just like completely fine, like when she was like 3 and everything, she was like a freaking spaz attack, right? You know, you couldn't stop her from like jumping around, being crazy and everything. When we got her like trained for service, like she was a completely different dog. It was like perfect. Like she was wonderful. She was my best friend. Like I could not live without her. I was so like I could not live without her. And then she just kind of started acting like she was a depressed dog. Like she would just kind of just choose to like lay in her crate. And I was like, does she hate me or something? And we just tell Gitch that. And he's like, no, she loves her crate. That's where she feels safe. Like it's her crate, you know? Like you crate trained her as a puppy. Like that's where she likes to lay. And I was like, I don't know. That's just weird though, because even like when she wasn't a puppy, like she always just used to lay next to me. Now all of a sudden she's choosing to lay in her crate. It just felt weird to me. I would look at her sometimes and just feel like she looked like she was just a ASPCA like commercial. She looked sad. And I just felt it was weird. And then one morning I went downstairs and she had like pottied. She had like peed in the house. That was odd. She had not peed in the house since she was like 4 months old. She like when we moved to Washington the first time, because Gitch is not very good at paying attention to animals when you're potty training them. He's just all into his computer. So like she hadn't had an accident since we moved to Washington when she was like 3 months old. So I was just like, what the heck? I thought she had a bladder infection maybe. So I took her to the vet and no, she had lymphoma. And it was so bad that when I got the freaking oncology referral, like it was a Thursday, I found out that, and it was funny because like she was so fat, the vet was always on me like, you need to get her on a diet. And then this time I was like, oh, she's gonna chew me out about how fat my dog is. And then this time she was like, yeah, she's lost way too much weight in such a short period of time. We're gonna do some blood tests and like we're gonna do x-rays. I was like, immediately I was like, well, this is not good. I think they're gonna look for cancer. I know what this means because I've had cancer. I know what this means. And that was literally what it was. It was literally, they were just like, we're giving you a oncology referral, a veterinarian oncologist. I didn't even know there was such a thing. I got an appointment for that Tuesday. This was a Thursday. By Saturday, she was so bad off. I had to call the veterinarian to meet me at the vet because I didn't think she was going to make it. And I had to put her down. And I was just like, I don't even know what to think at this point. Like, I'm like, what the F? And then at this point also, I'm dealing with, at this point, had we already put Sophie down too?
Well, yeah, we put Sophie down before we went to Washington.
And she had cancer too.
Yeah.
You know, but,
well, she was old also. She was an old rescue.
Yeah. But anyway, so in the meantime, though, then we had an issue at the house. The maintenance guy comes. He sees my bandage over my port, and he goes, "Do you have cancer?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do." He goes, "Oh." He goes, I shouldn't say this, but you shouldn't live in this house." And he goes, I know this because my little girl had cancer and we lived in historic housing. And it was not good. He goes, I'm gonna like make a couple calls if that's okay. I didn't know what he meant by that. But soon, I got contacted by a wife who had a really bad situation at Fort Polk, and she had kind of become like a whistleblower type person. Her spouse was special forces, and she was an officer's wife and whatever, and like she was just like freaking pissed of what they had gone through and, everything. And she basically was just going to use her spouse's like rank and position to like try and fix things. But it was really difficult because people would not come forward, people would not talk. And so she came to me and she was just like, I heard that you're living in this house and you have cancer. And I was like, yeah, I do. And she's like, can I come see your house? And I was like, yeah. She comes to our house. And I had been dealing with shit in the house. Like, I just thought it was like kind of normal because it's an old house and whatever. Like, I mean, like there was times when like every morning, Chrissy Gumi would go into her bathroom and we'd always have to like flush the toilet and kind of like have to clean because there would be like floating mold in the water. And I always had to take care of that for her before she would get up and go use the bathroom. And I just thought that was just something that you just dealt with. I just thought it was normal. That's not normal. And then we had black mold in our bathroom in our master bedroom bathroom. And so I just always cleaned to try and get rid of the black mold. And then we had asbestos in the basement that was disrupted. I didn't know what to do with that, obviously. And yeah, and on and on. We were the closest house to the airfield. And then I knew not to drink the water because I grew up in a neighborhood that was directly next to the 3M pond that they dumped chemicals into. And so I remember all the little like flyers they would give out and everything like that when they would like test things and stuff. So I was like, oh, they're giving us flyers here. Don't drink the water. I know what that means. So I knew not to drink the water, but they were always flushing the fire hydrant and it would flush into our lawn. And I kind of wondered, I was like, is it safe to like have our dog run around in it? Like, kind of concerned me. But I didn't think about other things like how it's going to leach into the ground and then it's going to go into your like foundation and whatever else, all the PFAS and everything. It's just scary. It's just on and on. And then the lead paint and the radon and all that, like, and just the mold, all the kinds of mold. I had like mold growing in my basement that looked like caulking foam, like the yellow caulking foam that's, like around like your windows and stuff before they like frame it out and stuff like that. But it's not. It was actually mold, like yellow slime mold that you find in forests. It was in my basement. And then I had the white mold, like the aspergillosis mold that was in my house also. So I had all kinds of molds. And then the lead paint and everything. So anyway, she came through and she was like, wow, let's do some testing. I said, all kinds of testings. And then she was like, would you be willing to go public? I have a source that's been investigating, but nobody will go public. And I was like, I have no fear. And she's like, well, see, commanders don't really like their soldier spouses getting involved in this kind of stuff. And I was like, I'm done with the military. They can't control me. Let them try to stop me. And that's how I got involved in that Reuters investigative article. When I went public, I was one of the first 3 families I was in that article that started the whole military housing fiasco. I was one of the ones that went public. But yeah, that's how our animals started dying, that whole fiasco. I mean, my cancer was worse while we lived in that house. Georgia was having seizures while we lived in that house. It was scary. And I think about it now. And it's sad because I thought that house was beautiful.
And the neighborhood was nice.
It was quiet. It's sad. But God, anybody try to say, don't you talk about what's happening. F you. No, try to keep me quiet. I'm always going to be like, megaphone on Chrissy Gumi or Chrissy May. Oh, see, I thought about that. You know, I knew that there was a lot of people that were like, oh, I'm afraid of like retaliation. And I had looked up into like all the whistleblower acts and everything like that. Like I was just prepared. Obviously I was protected, but I was prepared for them to be like retaliating against you. And no, not that command climb. If it was at Bragg, muted. If it was at Bragg,
Bragg would have, they would have gone after me, but
they would have freaking ended your career. I would have ended theirs.
I like Pinot Noir, it turns out.
Yeah, Aiden and I are like the same.
Yeah. I've been a little more political with my career, but I'm 3 years from... Once I put my retirement paperwork in, I'm just going to be like, whatever, bro. Nope. Yeah, it's Fort Liberty now.
Yeah.
They didn't want to name it after a person just in case whoever they named it after ended up being a bad person. So they named it after an idea.
Yeah. Man, I've always been so freaking pissed how they've just done you wrong. Like, I just don't get it, you know? Like, because they're intimidated by, for one, a person that has their own thoughts, a person that's talented, a person like they've underutilized you. They could have just done so much with you. Like, I just don't get it. Like, it doesn't matter. Every person's going to have their own personality. Like, they need to like figure out how to like utilize that personality to the best of its ability. And, you know, just like, it's like a puzzle piece, you know, just fit it into the puzzle. It is their fault. Every personality has a place. That's how I feel.
And I mean, I can attest to the fact that like you're not.
They're toxic.
Yeah, it's got nothing to do like
they're the good old boys.
You can choose how you react to a situation, and like it's a good thing that Chrissy May made friends with Darlene, because otherwise I would have never gotten the opportunity to like
he would
go to your house and play, you know, what was that, Galactica, or what, that crazy ass space board game that we played, or like hang out and play Settlers of Catan, like
all that fun had I not like made that happen.
And because I made a snap judgment based on, that's the one, love that game. But because I made a snap judgment based on like
the peers,
based on a micro interaction,
a microcosm.
Yeah, like a micro interaction, like, you know, literally a 2-minute interaction where I was just like, all right, this kid, whatever. But then I actually got to know you, and it's like, yeah, you know, sometimes I can get annoyed by stupid shit, but I can choose to like let that ruin my day, or I can be like, you know what? He's an all right guy. I'll just let it slide. So
Well, you guys have a lot in common.
yeah, well, and there's that too. I mean, that does help, being
I
able
mean,
to
actually,
bond with.
all of you guys on here have a lot in common.
Yeah.
Gandalf, Aiden. Well, okay, but always flying. I have a
Even
hard time.
even
All
Steven.
of you all, Steven, like all you all have a lot in common. Like you all are kind of the same. So, except I'm the odd one. I'm the odd duck.
The odd one out, yeah.
I'm the odd one out.
Yeah, but you're here, so I mean, you're not that odd out.
I
And
try.
once we get winning post up on your computer, I mean, you'll be streaming all the time. So
I mean, when I'm not doing schoolwork
right.
and cleaning the
Well,
house.
I mean,
and
same with me. Like,
going to the doctor.
I would love to stream more Guild Wars too, but I just don't have. I never have time to sit down at the computer. Like,
I am the binder. I am the binder. I'm the one that like makes everybody connect.
Like I go through my whole day and I'm like, all I gotta do is just get to a point where I can sit down at the computer and play a game. And I go from 6 o'clock in the morning when I wake up to feed the dogs until like 10 o'clock at night, and I never get a chance to sit down at the computer.
We've kind of finished unpacking, but haven't finished organizing.
We're to a point where I would say we're finished unpacking,
but
we're not fully organized.
It's just kind of a shit show in this house.
And really the only place that's not finished unpacking is Chrissy Gumi's room. She's got just shit up there that she just...
It's like unreal.
I mean, I gotta organize. You can see this mess. This mess over here is supposed to be all board games, but it's just like random shit that I didn't have anywhere else to put it. So I gotta organize that and get the board games up there, and then right behind me, I don't know if you can see it back there.
He's got his drum.
I got my drum set back there, so I need to get back into practicing on that. If I can do this here. Got all the instruments over there. So yeah, but I've been seeing all these things about how important sleep is. And you know what? I like sleep. I like to sleep.
Okay, so
I'm not even sorry about it.
His entire time we've been married, he has basically been exhausted. We get here, he's finally not tired.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like I'm not stressed out. I get up to feed the dogs and then I just stay up, unless it's like a situation where I'm like, you know what? I got nothing to do right this second. I'll crawl back in bed and snuggle with the wife for a little while. And then I just do that and I don't feel bad about it. But it's like I actually have energy to do shit around the house. Like it's a totally different like
and it's
way to live.
Because sometimes like I'll ask him to do something and then he just does it. And I'm just like, oh, he's like, yeah, make me a honey-do list. I like having projects. I'm like,
yeah, I am a project person. I love doing projects. Like I am a person that needs that. Like if I don't have something you want to see me fall asleep, find me with nothing to do.
I did not know that, because I felt like my entire time being married to him, I was like, I don't feel like I can give you anything to do because you have too much.
Well, I had too much shit with work.
And so I was just like, oh, I can never give you anything to do. But I needed help because like I just have been too sick. So yeah, I always felt like Gitch was a project starter, not a finisher.
I hate leaving a project unfinished though. That's like if I start something and I can't get it finished, it gives me anxiety. And because I was in a position where I worked so much and I was just exhausted, I kept getting into situations where I would start things and then I either wouldn't have the energy or I wouldn't have the time to finish it. And then that's just in my brain. Like, okay, I need to find the time to do this. I need to find the time to do this. Why haven't you found the time to do this? You still have this thing to do. It's still not done. Hasn't been done. It's been 6 fucking months. Why haven't you gotten back to it? And it just like sits there and festers, and I hate it.
I thought our entire marriage, he was just a project starter and not a finisher. I just literally thought he was just a person that starts projects and doesn't finish them. So I was just like, don't start another thing. You can't even finish nothing.
I mean, I do
figured
tend
I'm
to
like,
take
he's
on
got
too much.
ADHD.
Yeah, I do tend to take on because I'm interested in everything. There's a reason I've had like something along the line. I don't know if intern was here, he'd be able to tell
Ryan.
me. But I've had something along the line of 56 different jobs in my life, and it's because I just am interested in everything. I just want to do it all. I want to do everything. I want to know everything. I want to like be involved in everything. It's like programming. I've been programming as a hobby, like just doing like trading robots and stuff like that, trading Forex for probably like 3 years now. Just like because I want to learn how to do it, but I don't have. And that's why this opportunity is amazing for me, because I haven't had the time to just like dedicate to this is a skill that I want to learn and I'm going to learn it, but I have all this other competing obligations. Well, now it's literally my job to learn this skill, and it's I couldn't be happier. I'm so excited to be here.
Little sniffle guy.
Like, he's just such a cute guy. He just came charging over to you too. He was like, "Oh, my mom's calling me. Here I go." So yeah, I'm glad to be learning this skill, and I know I'm 40, and it's like you know, maybe midlife people are like, oh, you're having a midlife crisis because I have a motorcycle now and I'm learning a new skill.
Well, the motorcycle's my fault.
It's like, well, kind of, yeah. I have wanted a motorcycle since I had a parachute, but
I was the one.
Chrissy
that
May
wanted
went
to
down
learn
the
how to
rabbit
drive a
hole.
motorcycle first.
Yeah.
And then
I'm
the one that couldn't learn to drive the motorcycle first, because I took lessons at the Harley Davidson.
I taught sailing. That was one of my jobs. So yeah, I do need a boat.
But you know what? My best friend Paul, he's got 5 boats. He's got 3 sailboats and 2 regular boats, and he's constantly like, "Come on, Gitch, let's go sailing." He sends me freaking like.
I might
TikToks.
actually be able to do it with him at this unit,
He
or after I retire.
He sends me freaking TikToks about sailing all the freaking time. He sent me a freaking invite to some freaking sailing on a shoestring is what it's called. It was so weird.
Boats.
Yeah. And then I had to answer all these like questions. I was like, I don't understand how to answer these questions. I don't know nothing about sailing. I had to have Gitch help me. I was like, oh, I got accepted. But I'm telling you, like, but Paul, he's nonstop sailing this, sailing that, sailing this, sailing that. And then he's just always like, oh, when can Gitch come out and sail? Dude, he's still working in the army. He's not retired like you. Come on.
I'll probably be able to take leave and go out there and sail with him though, with this unit.
He's already asked Gitch to put in leave for the solar eclipse in April.
Yeah, to go up there.
Or
April, and which is my birthday month, so
April whatever is the solar eclipse. And I was like, what are you talking about? April what? How do you know this? He's like, oh, it's the Farmer's Almanac.
I can retire November 2026. That'll be 20 years. But I can also stick it out until what would it be? December 2043, right?
34? 33?
No, it's 40 something. Because I became a warrant officer in 2013. So it's some month of 2043 that I could stay in the army until 2043.
And we've kind of like talked about it because we're just like, the military is like a for sure.
Yeah, it's job security.
You know, well, actually,
And the retirement,
for me, it's the TRICARE.
and yeah, and if I retired as a W-5, with 100% disability, I wouldn't need to work. Like my retirement paycheck would be around $15,000 a month. Yeah.
Yeah, retirement security.
So I'd have to stick that out for 10 more years.
You just need to stick it out till I die.
Well, that's the thing though, is I don't want to move again. Like I would stay in the army if I could stay here and not move again. But or you guys could stay. Like there is a potential for me to stay in and like they send me to Korea and then I come back. You know, like, well, that's the thing. I'd have to stay in for, because it's looking 5, pinning 6. So, you know, I got another 3 years to. I got another 3 years to pick up 4.
Yeah, go AGR.
And then it'd be. I tried. I put in my application, but they didn't take me. So.
Well, yeah, you were in that like situational situation.
It's true. I could put in another application, but I don't know. I could also, as a way to stay here a little bit longer, go through the scholars program and get a master's in data science from Carnegie Mellon University, and then be a scholar, a data scientist out here. That would be cool. So I might try to leverage that. I might see like what the path is for that, because if I'm good at it and I can be like, hey, I'll go be a scholar, and
You are good at being in school,
and then I'd take on a 6-year ADSO for that. I know, and that's the thing.
he's like a
finish my master's
career. He's a career college.
I'm a career, yeah, because I have to finish my master's. I'm more than halfway done with it, master's in intelligence studies, and then I could be like, hey, I have one master's. I'll go do another master's, and then you own me for 6 years. So, you know, you just can't move my family. Like,
Oh, I can have my doctor write a note about that.
yeah, well, you should. You really should, so that we can update EFMP so that it's in there.
Oh, my PCM would in a heartbeat.
Yeah, you really should have them. I mean, we should give them the EFMP paperwork packet thing so that we can. Speaking of which, we got to start working on that with Chrissy Gumi, because
My PCM, he's kind of funny guy. It's kind of like meeting on an eye-to-eye level, but he's a doctor and I'm like a peon. But it's kind of funny. It's like when we have a meeting, he's just like, all right, we good? We good? We good? We good? It's weird. He's like, all right, so do you think we could have your yearly physical in the next couple months? I'm like, yeah, we could do that. He's like, all right, let's do that.
Hey, thanks for coming out, Aiden. It was great talking with you.
Hey,
Have a good night, and we hope to see you again. We do this every Sunday. Sunday's going to be our regular day for this, so, you know, log in on Sunday, and
okay, I'm gonna go see her tattoo.
and
I'm gonna look on.
we definitely got to do a game night sometime. No liquor. We're doing red wine for the heart health.
Sunday.
Got some Pinot Noir, peanut of the night.
Okay, I'm gonna look.
Nice. Yeah, we'd love to have you, man. It's been great conversation.
Okay, let's see here. Let's check out Darlene's tattoo. I was just checking out Ronan's pictures. Oh. Well, that's cool. It's Chloe's paw print. You know, their dog Chloe, remember?
Yeah,
Yeah, she had passed away not that long ago.
that's too bad.
But she got Chloe's paw print.
That's cool.
I wonder, because we have Ginger's paw print in the thing. Wonder if we could do like a reverse thing mold and I could get a paw print and then I could do the same thing.
For what? Oh, get the tattoo?
Yeah.
I mean, you could just take that paw print in. Any tattoo artist worth their salt will be able to do that.
From a mold?
Yeah, absolutely. They'll put it on they'll rub it onto their little contact paper and they'll put it on wherever you want it and draw it on. We just got to find a good tattoo artist, that's all. But we're going to pay for it, obviously. I'm going to have to DoorDash. Like, I'm going to have to bump it up to like 6 days a week. And get an e-bike so I'm not spending gas.
Maybe I should just stream my winning post.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, and then I'll have to get an e-bike so I'm not.
Did you see
buying
that
gas.
they got a husky too?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, they've had a husky for a while. Look
Aw,
at the puppy.
they're-
See?
Oh,
It's a sweet puppy. It just chills all day long.
that's weird for a husky.
No, it's just like it's just a couch.
What is it, a Malamute or a husky?
No, it's a husky.
Huh.
It just chills on.
That's
the couch.
because that's why I want a Malamute. Because Malamute's like a cat
It's
in
just a
dog
couch
form.
dog. I swear to God, it is. Its name is Howler.
If we get a house,
Look at this is what it's doing. It's playing with their dog or their dog. Look at it's playing with Ronan.
if we get a house with a big yard, I want a Malamute.
It's playing with a stick and Ronan. See?
Yep.
He's so cute. Their dog is so adorable. I look at their dog pictures all the time. And then, oh, see, look at how cute this is. They're both sleeping. It's like Ronan's best friend. Look at how different Aiden looks, by the way.
Oh wow.
Like, for one, he's got a lot more hair. Number two, he's a lot filled out.
Yeah.
He used to be a stick.
Yep. Darlene's been taking care of him.
Well, he's been flying a ton. Mer- I need to find like a conditioner to put on my hair so I don't have to like shampoo it, but just like put conditioner on my hair just to make it shiny.
Yeah.
But that doesn't make it like weighed down. I'm gonna research tomorrow. Maybe I just find something at Cosmoprof. Because I don't want it. I don't want something that's gonna like, rinse out and then just like have more water like dehydrating my hair.
Yeah.
Sometimes my hair feels really dry. Not that you guys care. Men. Yeah, with Chrissy Gumi starting school tomorrow.
Right.
Today I was like kind of panicking. I was just like, oh, I just don't understand like the whole like, logging on system and all that.
It actually, once you log on there and look at it, it's pretty well organized. Like they know what they're doing. That's cool.
Well, I don't have any of it saved on my computer, so
Well, that's an issue. It's pretty well, and we're actually going to be able to track her progress in this charter school better than we could when we were homeschooling her.
Yeah, if you could help me be able to log in, that would be helpful.
Yeah.
Because I'll be home with her all the time.
Yep. Yeah, we'll save it on your laptop and your computer here, so you'll be able to. I mean, I'll be home too. I'll be home 3 days a week because we're doubling up. On Tuesdays, we're gonna go into Bakery Square and do our check-in, so that way we don't have to come in an extra day out of the week. And then Fridays, we're supposed to do like every other week some in-person activities. So, but yeah, I'll be home a lot while I'm in school. I'll be working probably. I'll be like sitting in here trying to solve, problems and finish projects and stuff like that. But I'll be around.
Well, I'll be doing school. I'll be doing school. You'll be doing school. She'll be doing school.
Yeah. We'll all be doing school together. We can all sit at the dining room table and do school together.
I don't want to do school at the dining room table.
I don't either. I'm
gonna
gonna
do it in bed because that's where I live now.
I want to do it right here.
Yeah, you can sit at your desk and do school. I'm not very comfortable sitting at my desk all day.
Yeah, I am.
I'm not.
I have years and years of training. Do you want more wine? Oh, you're not done with that glass.
You just got me wine.
I just got you wine like an hour ago.
No, it
Yeah.
hasn't been that long.
It's been that long.
No,
Yeah.
literally has not been. Steven, are you still there? What are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing, Steven?
Ugh. I got stuff in my eyeball. What is Gandalf doing?
That's a good question. What is Gandalf doing?
Can Gandalf pop in here?
I don't know. He didn't
He didn't request.
to, but I'll send him a message here in a second. I'm working on a scene.
I want to see his pretty face.
Ah, he's playing games.
Oh, he's playing games. I see. He's too busy for us. Oh, I see. He's too pretty. He's too busy for us.
Well, not necessarily.
I'm gonna put some lip gloss on.
All right, Gandalf, would you like to join us? We can I can set up that scene too. I need to anyway.
Oh my gosh, I've missed so many of my shows.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh gosh. The strip in Las Vegas is flooded.
Really?
Yeah, I'm watching a video. The casinos have been
All right.
jammed.
I'm gonna send you the invite. It's gonna be in your Twitch. So you log into. Well, you're already logged into Twitch.tv.
I guess the world famous strip is just ferociously damaged.
So when you're ready, just hit that invite, and I'll pull you over.
Wow. I'll send this to you. I feel like Macklemore and Ed Sheeran on stage together. It's kind of like you and Ed Sheeran
Yeah.
live. What a moment, bringing out Macklemore in Seattle for a home crowd. He does kind of look like you, but he's got a very short haircut. Ed Sheeran's got a very long haircut. He's kind of got like his haircut is very crazy. Very stringy hair. Macklemore's got a
Well,
very,
especially after he's been playing for a while.
Macklemore's got a very tight, high and tight type hairstyle. Ed Sheeran's got a very like Sesame Street type hairstyle. But I mean, the streetscape or the cityscape in Seattle is pretty.
Yeah.
Florence and the Machine had life-saving surgery.
Really? Well, she's got that condition.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What condition?
It's like a condition. It's kind of like Parkinson's disease, but instead of tremors, she has like involuntary like body movements. So it's not like she doesn't have a involuntary tremor, but she like involuntary. She'll just like throw her arm out to the side, or she'll like wiggle her legs or something like
She
that.
doesn't look very healthy in this picture.
Well, no, she's not. I mean, she's got that. It's a debilitating condition, from what I understand. So it's kind of amazing that she's ever been able to do live performance. Honestly,
She said it saved her life.
the surgery did.
Yeah.
Cool.
She's only 36.
Really,
Yeah.
it's crazy. I was listening. The radio was playing while I was taking the shower earlier today, and Miley Cyrus just turned 30, and she's been in the music business for 20 years.
What?
Yeah, it's crazy. And then same thing with Oh, I already did, brother. I got the Pinot Noir here. I already drank a glass
He
of
was
it.
like, "Are you ready for more wine?" I'm like,
Yeah,
I still have.
I just killed my third
He
glass.
goes, "I just gave you wine an hour ago. How you still have so much?" I'm like, "You didn't give it to me an hour ago.
Yeah, I did.
You're drunk.
I'm not drunk, you're drunk.
Drunk. You're drunk."
Um
I'm the slowest drinker alive.
Who the hell was the other one? It wasn't Olivia Rodrigo. It was,
I don't know. Olivia Rodrigo is like,
what's her name?
she's up.
Not Miley, because I already
Like
talked
her-
about Miley Cyrus.
Is it that chick off of is it that Cameron chick?
No.
Is it that
She's
is it the Britney Spears chick?
No.
Is it the Demi Lovato chick?
No.
Is it the Who else is it?
She worked in Disney.
Oh, is it that Hillary Duff chick?
No.
Is it that other girl?
She's Hispanic.
Hispanic. Oh,
Oh,
let him
there
in.
you are.
Let him in. Who? Okay, Hispanic. I'm gonna start Googling. Hispanic.
I'll be over here. And then we will transition.
Selena Gomez.
Oh, I gotta do something with this though.
Disney
Can you hear me?
recording artists.
You cannot hear me.
I don't even know how
I
to
don't know if we can hear you though.
Oh, I knew. Shakira?
Can you hear me?
Sarah Ramirez?
You're pushing to the stream. Oh, what was that? Oh, somebody donated a stack up. Stephen Perez. Thank you so much.
Wait, he donated to Stack Up again?
Yeah. Oh, that's weird.
You only need to hear me.
Oh, that's why. Hold on. Now you should be able to hear me.
Selena Gomez.
Can you hear me though? Yep, there we go. Okay.
I can't hear Gandalf.
I can hear Gandalf.
You can?
If I was to turn him up on my thing.
Yeah, you could turn him up. I think it'll be fine with this, with the way we're set up now.
I don't know how to do
But
that.
you can't
Do I
hear me,
just do
Gitch?
it on my
So
thing?
over on the right bottom,
Yeah.
hit the thing that looks like a speaker.
Oh, this?
Yep. And then that little, yep, there you go. You can turn them up that way.
Okay.
Say something, Gandalf.
Oh, he burped.
A little bit higher so that I can hear him.
Okay, I'm talking at a normal volume right now.
Oh, he's talking normal now.
A little bit higher.
A little higher?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that better?
How about now? Can you
Yeah,
hear me
I can
now?
hear him now. I can hear him now.
Okay, so it's okay.
And you're not, are you getting an echo or anything?
No.
Awesome. Yeah, so I think the audio works a lot better with this setup.
Okay, what about Selena Gomez? Is that it?
That's the one, Selena Gomez.
Yeah, I actually said that when I first joined in.
She's
but no one could hear
31.
me, so
Duh.
Selena Gomez is
You
31.
were
She's
just
been in the music
listening
industry for
to
20
him
years too.
In the first place, Gitch?
It's insane.
I mean,
I was
I
gonna.
like your hat tonight.
Oh yeah, I was gonna fix this. Oh, wait,
Gandalf, you should have worn your hat last night. It was cool. I like this hat.
I wear hats pretty often.
Oh, you
But I
do?
actually had
Yeah.
my hair like styled yesterday because I was out all day. Today I have yet to shower, so hats on.
Well, I showered today for the first time in 3 days. Stephen. Gitch
The
goes,
dong hat.
Gitch goes, I need a shower today. I haven't showered yet. I'm disgusting. I'm like, I haven't washed myself in 3 days.
Yeah, but I went on a 5-mile bike in like the 80-degree heat and then worked in the house for like 3 or 4 hours. And
I've always
moved
just-
the dryer into the basement by myself.
Dirt is dirt, Gitch.
And I've also lived in a situation where I couldn't take a shower at all for like 3 months. So I don't ever want to do that again.
Yeah, high
Sorry.
school's rough.
I've done that before too.
Well, I choose not to when I don't have to.
I mean, sometimes it just is like not allowed to when you have medical issues like that. I just,
Like I said, I choose not to when I don't have to.
well, I mean, sometimes I just don't get the choice because I just don't have the strength.
Right.
Sometimes I just have to have my husband help wash me. Poor Gitch. He's like a PCA husband, dad, soldier, cook, handyman, all combined. It's like Wonder Woman all in one.
So yeah, how are you two?
Doing good. How have you been since yesterday?
Since yesterday.
Yeah.
Okay. Had to do chores today since I was at the fair all day yesterday.
How was the fair, by the way? I know you said it was awesome, but we didn't really talk specifics.
Yeah, I mean it's the fair. I like what the fair is and has always been, and it never really changes too much aside from the food.
Mm-hmm.
Walk around and try a beer, try a food, try a snack, look at a thing, pet a goat,
Did you ride the Sky Chair?
No.
You know, the people that run the Sky Chair are almost invariably Tomahawk Scout Reservation employees.
Really? I know Ian did that.
Yeah, though everybody does it. Like I think I'm probably the only one that didn't do it.
It's weird.
as
Is this a
summer
real
gig.
thing?
Yeah. Yeah. There's in fact when I went to the state fair at the end of the 2003 camp season when I was the Chippewa camp director, I got trapped on the Sky Chair for 30 minutes because everybody that I had worked with on the beach was running the Sky Chair, and they're just like, "We're sending you around again. Go on, man. You do it again." And they just kept sending me. They wouldn't let me out of the Sky Chair.
Jesus, that's crazy. Can you imagine being all the other people?
Yeah. It was like, why does this guy get to ride like 6 times and I've been waiting in line. They just kept sending it.
That's funny. Yeah, we went and saw like the start of a like amateur talent show where it was like 13 to 17-year-olds and stuff, and so it's kind of nice just to kind of sit there and watch kids embarrass themselves for an hour. Little things like that.
I remember when I was at the Washington County Fair, somebody in my friend group was like, "Oh, I signed you up for that." And I was just like freaking out. I was like, "Oh God, please don't. I hope you didn't." It was like totally just a joke, you know, but I freaked out thinking they had. It's like so funny thinking now. It's just like, oh my gosh, that was like such a stress. It was nothing.
Yeah. It's funny, like, when I was younger, how I used to,
Put so much stress on things.
yeah, like worry about shit that didn't matter, like
Yeah.
like karaoke. I used to be so embarrassed to do karaoke. And then you and I went into that karaoke bar and I did, you know, I did 2 songs or whatever. I was just like,
Were you embarrassed the night that you and I met and you did it?
I was drunk, so no.
No.
I was so
I was
shit.
embarrassed
Drunk
for
when
him.
I initially met you, like you did karaoke right away.
Yeah, I was shit faced.
Really? Did you
Oh, yeah.
come into the bar shit faced?
No, but we were there before you guys showed up, and I had 2 Long Island iced teas.
No, you were not. I remember seeing you guys walk through.
Yeah,
the
no,
door.
she was there first.
Oh, was she?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I remember.
We were
seeing
at
you
another
all-
bar.
Yeah, I remember seeing you all.
We
Walk.
went to another bar?
We were at another bar, and then you said, "Guys, I want to go to this place," and Ian and I didn't
Okay.
want to go, and we went anyway. And it was as cringy as we were expecting, but you know, I guess it worked out in the end for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember it was just like I got the text and you're like, "All right, we're coming in." I was just like, "Oh, okay, here he comes," and it was like, "Dun dun dun!" Here comes the posse. It was like literally, he was just like, "Is it okay if I bring my posse?" He put it in quotes, "my posse." I was like,
You were too old to use that language, dude.
It was literally. I was like, "What does that mean?" It's just like, you know, I'm 32. I'm like, what's a posse mean? I'm thinking 5 people are coming in wearing chaps.
That's why we called it the posse. Because there was 5 of us.
I was like,
Although Peppy,
Yeah, 6.
you know, he
Technically.
was just there to make it a posse.
5 people
I
wearing
mean, he was a
chaps.
good guy, but
He was a good guy.
Probably
He was a
still
great
is.
guy. I really feel like a piece of shit for trying to get him to swear so much, but
yeah, he complained to me a lot about that.
yeah, I was a
I don't
terrible.
understand why Madden E just won't stop. And I was like, I don't know, man. They're assholes. You're not. That's all there is to it.
Yeah, pretty much.
Don't read too deeply into this.
It's just funny. I was just like, oh my gosh, what's happening? And then I see you guys come in, y'all like, first I think I saw Matt first, and then I saw James come in, and then I saw Ian. When I saw James come in, I was just like, okay, say Matt, he's tall. See James come in, he's taller. I was like, oh my god, they're all coming in like freaking sequoia trees or something. I was like, holy crap, we're all freaking giants. And then I saw Ian. I was like, okay, thank God. And then Ian had the same color toenail polish as I did, so that was great. I got pictures of that even. We were wearing like the same sandals, same toenail polish. So weird.
I'm, speaking of that night, super psyched that I remembered that I have Cosmic Encounter on Tabletop Simulator.
Yeah. That'd be fun to play.
I don't remember how to play that game at all, but I do remember the bonfire at your parents' house and how like you guys were teaching me how to play that game. And I specifically remember like getting all really like fired up about something. I was like, no, the rule says this. We're gonna do this.
Yeah, that's how you play the game.
That's the whole point of Cosmic Encounter is you argue about semantics.
And then Gitch was like, I knew when you started doing that you were going to be okay for me. I just thought it was like the weirdest night though. Like we were like piling all this wood upon wood upon wood in this hugest bonfire ever. It was so cold. We were all piled together in that, like sleeping on the floor. Oh my gosh. So cold that night. Ian. I have the weirdest picture of him that night.
Yeah. He had to leave early. So he didn't drink anything. That was the night that we invented reverse Jenga.
Yep.
What do you mean reverse Jenga?
Well, because we were piling wood onto the fire instead of taking it out of the bottom of the fire. So
yeah, because the fire pit was about 6 feet wide, and we literally we had to get a piece of cardboard to shield ourselves from the heat of the fire to go throw another piece of wood on the fire because the woods were actually like 3 foot or 4 foot logs that my parents we need to get rid of this wood, and I was like, I got you covered. Don't ask questions, but it'll be gone.
Remember when I found that huge stump and I picked it up? You're like, oh, but I got it.
Yeah, that was all reverse Jenga. And then the goal was pile of wood on top of the fire until it topples over, which is one of the worst ideas we've ever had. And luckily we didn't lose. But
I was convinced there was a ghost out in the middle of the woods.
Yep. So anyway, yeah, then Ian went downstairs to sleep in the basement. And at some point, because we were drunk, we decided to I'll go down there and wake him up. So he was in his boxers and dancing around the fire saying "Rockety shoo," because it's Ian.
He looked like one of those little gremlins dancing around the fire on Sleeping Beauty.
That's what you called him, and then he just leaned into it immediately.
Yes.
Yeah, fair was fun. We were there for we left the house at 12:30 and got back at 8:30. So we were there probably at the fair itself for 6.5 to 7.5 hours, somewhere in there.
Wow. It's way longer than I would have lasted.
Normally we only go for 3 or maybe 4 hours. We go there hungry and then we leave full and grab something to go. But about halfway through, we were at that point, we're should we call it? And then we decided to go check out one more thing, and then that gave us a second wind.
I always used to. I miss this Minnesota State Fair. That's one thing I do miss about not being in Minnesota.
Yep.
is the state fair, because I don't know, just something about. I mean, well, for one, it is the biggest attendance as far as daily attendance goes. It's the biggest state fair in the country.
Yeah, and I heard that today they set another record of attendance.
Yesterday was it was a high. It was sunny all day and a high of 74 degrees and a slight breeze, and there were a lot of people there. It wouldn't surprise me if yesterday set a record. And the only state fair that has a higher attendance is Texas, and that's because one, Texans are ravenous about their own state, as if everyone else is impressed, and anything that's related to Texas they have to throw in everyone's face. And two, they run it for a month, so of course
Right.
there's going to be. We run ours for 10 days, but like our Renfest and our state fair are fucking top tier in the country.
Legendary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, I missed the. Dad, I called my dad a little while ago, and he was talking about how the Renfest is implementing a park and ride this year because they don't want people to have to drive out to the field and get stuck in traffic for an hour.
That's what happened last year, or two. It was either last year or 2 years ago, where we were there. It took about 45 minutes. It's only 20 minutes away from where I live.
Oh,
We're pretty close to it because we live south of the city, south of Mall of America, south of the airport and all that. We're actually really close to Valley Fair as well. And so we go there, and I was like, all right, it'll probably take about a half hour to get through all this. And Kim was like, well, it's just like a mile up the road. I was like, just. And then she was arguing with me until about 20 minutes had passed and we were still on the road. And I was like, see, I know what I'm talking about. And it's going to be just as bad on the way out. So that's good. We just bought our tickets today, actually, from Costco to go to the Renfest. I think we're going to go on... There's a day where people bring their pets, and that just sounds like a good time.
I just know, like, typically Renfest happens during my birthday.
Well, it's a weekend only thing. It started, I think, this last weekend on the 19th, I think, is what the first day, and it ends at the end of September or mid-October. I don't remember which, but it's only weekends. So
Yeah, my birthday is September 29th, so typically there would be Renfest during my birthday.
I loved my favorite thing about Renfest is, like, I don't know. I just, at least the one in, I haven't been to a Renfest in any other state, so I can't compare them. But just the immersion, you know what I'm saying?
Something funny you've said recently.
What is something funny that I've said recently?
Don't think too hard.
I mean, I'm a dad. Everything I say is funny. What's that? Yeah. Boy, geez, what is something funny I've said recently? Well, define recently.
Well, I know what I've said
That's
funny recently.
you can say your thing.
Like a really kind of, it's a story, so.
Well, go for it. That'll give me time to
It
think.
would just be like that situation. Remember when I was talking to Kimberly the other day, and then she was like blah 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 about like all the kids, you know, and everything, and like oh it's all jacked up, and you know parents how they're raising their kids today and everything, and like so, I was just like, why? I have an outskis, you know, because our daughter, who we've adopted, she's my niece. I was just like, I have an outskis, and she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, if she's fucked up, like it's not my fault. It's my sister's fault. And she's died laughing. And she's like, "What?" I'm like, "I didn't have her half my life or half her life. It's my sister's fault. She messed her up. That's why I have her." She's like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, "So are you telling me like, what? It's like you don't get to return her like that?" No, I'm like, it's like you're at the freaking outlet mall. You're like shopping the clearance rack, and blah blah blah, whatever.
All
You
sales
bring
are
it up.
final.
Yeah, you bring it up to the cashier, and they're like, "All right, so I just want to let you know, like, this here is like, final sale item." Like, okay, yeah, well, we did the adoption, and there it is, final sale. Here we are, final sale. She was just like, "Oh my God, that's wrong." I'm like, "Yeah, it might be wrong, but it's true."
Let's see. In the last week, funniest thing I've said in the last week. Oh my God, Steve. Are you here? Are you still here? Are you listening to us while you're playing Guild Wars 2? Welcome to the fold, my friend. Welcome to the fold. Okay. Funniest thing I've said in the last week.
I don't know. Maybe
Boy.
you didn't say shit last.
Legends of the Obscura. Oh man, I wanted to ask Aiden if he was excited about Starfield. Man.
Sorry, you didn't. Shit out of luck.
Yeah. Conversation.
I'm keeping my expectations very reserved.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it's Skyrim in space. Really, I mean, that's all I want. I'll be happy with that. I want the leveling system with where you
What was the
level your
funniest thing you
skills.
said last week.
Funniest thing I
I
said
don't know.
in the last week. I don't know.
Well, I want to know what the funniest thing they said last week was.
Oh, what's the funniest thing you said, Arsenal? Up inv.
Arsene
So
Lupine
let's
V.
figure out what the funniest thing is you said last week was.
The funniest thing I said was probably on stream while I was talking to you guys this past couple of days.
I say funny things all the time.
That's not what I wanted to have happen.
It's just my life. You just gotta be with me. You gotta be a fly on the wall.
It probably was in a message with the other warrant officers. Let's see here.
What? What about warrant officers? What are you mumbling about over there?
It would be the funniest thing I said in the last week would be so situational that it just wouldn't make sense. So
Oh. I gotcha. It'd probably be like when you made your little meme thing and you send it in the chat.
no, it was very specific to the group of people that I work with. So I'm in the military. And
What?
and
Before you start, do you remember when we were driving home after we had hit the deer like a week later?
yeah.
And like some lady like flagged us down and like the entire like driver's side of my car is absolutely crushed and crumpled. And she's like, "I just wanted to let you know your lights were out."
Yeah. And you had to exit out the passenger side door.
We wanted to do that, but I was like, I know, thanks. And then we just sat there laughing because I wanted to be like, "Are you kidding?" And then without like trying, because the driver's side door wouldn't open because it was smashed in so bad, that I would like crawl out the passenger side like nothing had happened and be like, "Oh my God." Sorry, just reminded me of
So
that.
obvious.
Yeah. No, to be fair, I think she had been drinking. It was about midnight. It was dark.
We were
and
at
she was just
the
trying to be-
24-hour Perkins.
And she was old.
Well, she was probably how old we are now. So yeah, old. And she had good intentions, so I wasn't malicious or mean. I politely thanked her, and then we went on our way. But then I was laughing about it. I could have been an asshole, and it would have been hilarious for us, and she would have felt.
If you would have you would have been like, get out of the way! I got to get out of the car. Like climbed out the passenger side door and ran around the front, but like, whoop!
It also reminds me of the night we actually hit the deer, because it was we weren't going fast, we weren't speeding, we were going the speed limit.
Yeah.
Because it was the first snow of the season, and you never know how the roads are going to react. So you just go the speed limit, and but I had deer whistles on the front of my car.
Oh, yeah. I forget about those.
Yeah, so all deer whistles do is scare the shit out of deer. So whatever direction they're facing, they run, because deer are stupid, very stupid. So that meant the deer apparently was facing the interstate that we were driving on, because it ran directly into my headlight. And
it came out of fucking nowhere too.
Yeah,
it was just like, it was, because I remember looking. I was in the passenger seat and I was looking at the highway, and it was just like, we were talking about whatever. I think we were listening to The Offspring, and just talking about
Offspring or Rage or something like that.
And just talking about music or whatever. And I was looking at the highway, and then all of a sudden a deer head materialized in front of me.
Yeah.
Sure.
and then your window disintegrated. Like, I was like, what the fuck happened?
Yep, you're like, what happened? I was like, we hit a deer. and then we get to fucking Perkins, and I'm like, find out that like I'm covered in like deer blood and shit, and I have deer hair in my mouth, and I was like, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. You want to get us a seat? And then on the way back, we're driving along. We're on the interstate, because the car still worked, but I couldn't like open the door or anything. So crawling to the passenger side, and like turns the heater on, and there's no windows in the car right now. And I was like, is that a joke? Is that a sick fucking joke? He's like, no, man, I'm cold. Like, all right.
Hey, if you turn it on full blast, it doesn't matter. It's some hot air blowing.
Yeah.
Because it was, it wasn't winter in Minnesota, but it was pretty close. It was like deep into fall.
Yeah, it was like November, December, and it was cold enough that it was snow on top, but it melted on the road. But it still could be like slush or something like that, especially when it's 2 a.m.
Sheesh. Gosh, if there's snow, that's just too cold for me. I've been out of Minnesota too long.
We'll figure out how we deal with it here.
Yeah, I know how I'm gonna deal with it. I already have my winter coat.
You've been having hot flashes lately though, so
Me?
yeah. Like you've been warm in the house. You were just complaining about how hot it is. We have a fan in the door because you thought it was too hot in this room.
Because it's been hot all day today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like 4 years ago, you would have never complained that it was hot. You would have been wearing a sweater, and it was, on our honeymoon, you wear a full tracksuit, and it was 105 degrees outside.
Oh, God. Yeah. Kim always wears thermals. It was 90 degrees, and she comes home from work, and she takes off like her like outer layer, because she's wearing 3 layers in 90-degree weather. She takes her pants off, and she's wearing thermals underneath. She's like, "Oh, James, it was a little hot today," and I was like, "The fuck are you doing? It's 90 degrees.
What's wrong with you?"
It's like, "Oh, really? Is it? Was it hot?"
Fair.
And like I'm like sitting there like in a t-shirt and shorts and like sweating, doing nothing with the fan blowing on me. I'm like, I hate everything about this.
To be fair, when we were married and I was in a tracksuit in 104-degree weather in Savannah, Georgia, I had not had a complete radical hysterectomy yet.
Yeah, you hadn't had any health issues yet.
Right.
Like you were still like running at 1,000,000 miles an hour and doing everything in the world.
Right. But I have no body parts now. So I have no like hormones. Like, I mean,
Well, that's what I'm saying. Before we started
I'm
this
in
stream,
menopause. What do you think?
you were complaining that it was hot in this room. That's why we
I'm
have
in
a fan.
menopause. What do you think?
And you sit right next to the air conditioner. So
We can't have the air conditioner on because it
You're
makes
past
the power go
menopause.
out.
you're past menopause.
You're
I-
menopause.
I am always in menopause because I'm in surgical menopause.
Well, yeah, but you've been in menopause for what, like
It,
4
do you
years
not
now?
understand how this works?
No, I'm a guy. I
Yeah,
don't.
you're fucking stupid. Do you not
I
understand?
thought menopause was like your hormones go out of whack for a while and then you're okay again.
No. You retard.
Gandalf's like,
That's
I
not the
regret
funniest thing
coming
you
into
said all
this.
week.
What's that?
That's not the funniest thing you've said all week. And sad.
Jesus.
Gandalf's like, oh, what did I get myself into here?
Dude, I've known you a minute.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh my god.
I've watched people slow motion poke you in the eye because you're so bad at.
I just didn't believe he was gonna literally poke me in the eye. Okay.
What? You let somebody poke you in the eye?
Yeah.
It was Ian.
Ian. Yeah.
Ian is the
With
one,
a straw.
Ian is the one that does all the shit.
Well, with the wrapper for a straw.
Yeah. It was at Perkins, obviously, because that's all there was in
Well,
Stillwater.
that's where we hung out. Yeah.
Yeah.
I
and
kinda
so-
think Ian
That's why anytime I'm where there's a Perkins, I go to Perkins because I have so many. I mean, it's probably
Yeah.
odd to say this now, but I have so many positive associations with that place that,
I actually haven't been there in a while.
yeah. Well, every time I go there, it's like, well, it was fun
Little
when I was here as a
disappointing.
teenager, but there's
Yeah.
obviously a reason that people don't go here. But
What I think is so weird though, because whenever my mom wants to go there, she's got her walker. And you go in there, and you're just like hustle up there, open the door for my mom. She's got her walker, and then you get in there, and then there's the second door. Both of you don't fit in that little space. It's like, okay, now I got to try and
vestibule,
get,
yeah.
now you got to try and get this other door open, but you don't both fit in the space. Why? This is a place for old people. They love to eat at this place. All these old people love to eat at this place. Why do you have this situation? Tons of people use rollators. I don't get it. Somebody told me it's because Minnesota makes it so, because it's so cold, you have to have this like door situation. So, it helps with the heat or something. I was just like, I don't know about that. Like, there's Perkins in multiple states. I don't think it's a whole Minnesota thing. So
I don't know where it started. I haven't seen many in other states, but it's certainly like a northern Midwest kind of thing. Like
Having
they
a
don't have them in the
vestibule?
South.
what? A vestibule?
Are you talking about the vestibule? I don't know. I sneezed and I lost track of the
Do you
conversation.
know
We're
what
talking
a
about
vestibule is?
Perkins being not just a Minnesota thing.
It's just having the whole like, you walk in and then you're stuck in this middle.
Yeah, that's what a vestibule is. That's that middle space. It's because it's cold. It saves money on heat. Because if you open the outside door and then you go into the middle area, the outside door closes and you open the inside door, that's less cold air getting into the restaurant so that they don't have to spend as much money on heat.
I'd always been told.
It's also an airlock.
I'd always been told the vestibule was different.
Well, I was always that I always thought of it like the vestibule. That's the term that I always knew it as. So I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm not above.
Yeah, the antechamber or the lobby next to the outer door of a building. Wonder. A small entrance or hallway or room.
Vestibule, hall or lobby next to the outer door of a building. Yeah, that's what it is. A chamber or channel opening into another.
Well, they need to show a picture. Let's see this. Images.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. That's a vestibule.
Why is it showing me intestines?
I don't know, but that's a vestibule right there.
That's not showing me.
Vestibule, right there.
It's showing me a mouth. Okay, I'll believe you. Anyway.
I also there's a vestibule in your ear apparently.
Yeah, it's showing me body orifices.
There's a vestibule behind your tongue.
Yeah. I'm just like, I'm getting body
Yeah.
cavities, not
There's a
buildings.
vestibule in the back rooms.
Yeah, it's weird. I was getting body cavities sent to me, but not buildings. When I put images, it was sending me like intestines and mouths.
Yeah, that's just what I've always called
Apparently,
it. So.
when I Google things, I just get
You get
body parts.
anatomy.
Yeah. My Google knows what I look at.
That's right. That's the algorithm.
So it's just like frustrating though, because like, it's like I go take my mom to Perkins and I'm like, okay, well now we both don't fit in this little room. I'm trying to open this other door for you. Can you not help me, Mom? Like, you're the one in your little walker space. Can you not like reach this door in front of you? Why can't you do that for yourself?
Because she would throw up.
My mom.
You know what? I'm surprised your mom hasn't joined us on the show lately. Because I fully expect to see her pop up in chat. Because every time we start talking shit about her, she pops up in chat and she's like, hey, I love you guys.
Or my Aunt Marie. As soon as we start drinking heavily,
Yeah.
Oh, you shouldn't be drinking.
You shouldn't be drinking.
You
Oh,
shouldn't be drinking, Chrissy.
don't be
May.
cussing. Don't cuss.
Don't cuss. Don't. That's not good. Don't do that now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tell a soldier not to cuss. Like, come on.
Like, come on now. For one, I'm just me, for one.
Like, I thank God that my daughter's a teenager now because I don't have to watch my mouth as much.
Oh my gosh. Remember when she was like 7 and I'd say something like I'd say, oh, for God's sake. And she'd be like, don't say that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, she was also going to Lutheran school at the time.
That's true too. Don't swear. I wasn't.
Don't
swearing.
use the Lord's name in vain,
Lord.
Mom. Yeah, because I say Jesus Christ all the time, and she would get on my case.
Oh gosh, yes.
Uncle Matt, don't say the Lord's name in vain. Okay.
Okay. And I'd be like, I'm an adult. I can say what I want to say when I want to say it. Well, I'm just not very comfortable with that. The other day though, she was just like saying something. I don't know. She was watching something and she was like, what the fuck? I was like,
Oh, she's
I was
like,
don't say that. She's like, oh. sorry."
I've had to tell her, like, I get it. You talk with your friends however you want to talk to your friends, but you gotta have like, you gotta compartmentalize. Like, when I'm in certain audiences, I don't swear. A voopoo?
Is that like a vaporized poo?
Yeah, or is that like a voodoo? Is like somebody poking you with a voodoo doll?
Did you
It's
like
probably
Jim Beam and Coke. Okay,
nice.
nice.
Voopoo is probably like Voodoo Ranger.
Jim Beam and Coke, you said. Okay. All right. Nope. We'll do this
Yes.
till Gandalf comes back.
Grape is so hot. He's very tall too. He's like 6'4".
Yeah, he's a tall
Like
guy.
Amazon tall.
What was I talking about?
He's got
Oh, swearing in front of yeah.
He's got blonde hair. I was he's got blonde
Yeah,
hair.
so yeah, you know, I tell, but like when we went on a bike ride today, me and Chrissy Gumi, and like
the craziest bike ride.
So like yeah, it would be hard to explain exactly. It was a lot of steep downhill and going across bridges and dealing with like traffic very close in proximity. Let me we'll bring
So imagine if you're like going, imagine if you're going to go, let's say to Target, and you're just driving to Target. You're like, okay, I'm going to go in like the normal everyday traffic lanes. Like, I'm going to go to Target and I'm going to go everywhere that everyday traffic goes. All of the route that all of the traffic goes. I'm going to drive all of that way, all of the heavy traffic. I'm going to take that exact trail. That's where they decided to bike.
Well, it's not where we decided. It's literally the only way to get there. There's a bike lane though. So I was teaching her
the bike lane, and there's also not a bike lane.
I was teaching her how to use the bike lane and when to like choose to use the sidewalk and choose to not. Because in Pittsburgh, bikes can use the full lane. And most of these areas have a speed limit of 25. Now, the speed limit is 25. Everybody drives 40, but the speed limit is 25. So anywhere that the speed limit is 25 in a bike, you can use the full lane. And so I was teaching her, like, you know, just because you can use the full lane doesn't mean you should. Try to stay as far to the right as you can. But there's certain areas that, like, we're going down a steep hill, and I could have handled staying on the sidewalk, but it turned into cobblestone, and I know that she would have had an issue with it. So I went out onto the road and just stayed to the very right side of the road, and she followed me, and she had a little bit of a panic attack because
it's freaking.
It's a lot. It's a lot if you're not used to riding your bike. It's a lot.
It's city.
Yeah.
It's a lot of traffic.
And I was doing it because I want to start door dashing on my bicycle so I don't have to pay for gas. And I wanted to make sure that it was like realistic that I could do that.
This is like ghetto traffic,
And,
ghetto area.
Boy, it was
Heavy traffic.
Yeah, it was
Crazy steep.
But like anyway, the whole time we were going on anytime she got close to me,
like you guys you rode your bike there?
anytime she got close to me, like something would there'd be any sort of like
And then they went over the river.
piece of stick in the road or whatever, and I'd hear her just be like, "Oh
They
shit!
crossed the
Oh
bridge.
fuck! Oh shit!" I'd just be like, "All right, I'm not even gonna make a big deal out of her cussing because like." You know,
4.5
it's whatever.
miles.
She's dealing with a stressful situation. But it was kind of funny just listening to my daughter be like, "Oh fuck! Oh shit! Oh fuck!" And then she like slams on her brakes and like she doesn't know how to stop her bike effectively. So like she'll like hit her brakes and then she'll put her foot down while the bike is still moving. It's I'd be like, "All right, kiddo, like." If you're gonna brake, you gotta decide sooner that you need to brake so that you can like actually slow the bike down without putting your feet down and trying to stop it with your legs because the brakes are effective enough.
She doesn't really know how to use her bike.
No,
and they took her out into the freaking crazy ass.
It was probably not the best first bike ride in Pittsburgh for her, but
they took her into the crazy ass traffic, and she don't know how to use her bike.
Yeah, she survived. It'll be fine. I probably should have taken her to the library first.
Yeah,
it's like a nice,
like a block
easy.
away.
Yeah, it's a nice, easy ride.
Away.
But you know, I took her on a 5-mile ride through busy ass traffic. You know, whatever.
Across the river, down a steep ass hill.
She knows what an adventure with Dad means. So.
The last time he goes, "Let's go on an adventure, kiddo." She goes, "I'm never doing that again."
I took her through like the backwoods. we had literally taught her how to ride a bike like the week before, and then I took her on like a legit dirt bike. Like path. Yeah.
Like literally, Gandalf, you would see this and you'd be like, "What the fuck, bitch? Why are you
Well,
trying
no.
to kill your child?"
Gandalf and I went on some pretty crazy bike rides in our times. So.
You'd be like, you're taking her into the freaking what? You're taking her into the freaking rush hour traffic in Minneapolis? The first time she learned to ride a bike? What the fuck is wrong with you?
No, I didn't take her into rush hour traffic the first time. The first time she learned to ride a bike, I took her in the backwoods on a bunch of steep hills.
The second time, years later after riding a bike, this is the second time she's on the bike. No big deal.
Mhm.
It's been 2 years since she's ridden the bike.
Listen, now she has that experience in her brain, so it'll be okay.
Jesus Christ.
She can ride her bike to her friend's house that lives like literally in pretty much the same neighborhood we live in, and she'll be okay.
It's like 5 miles away too, and
No, it's not
scariest-
5. You don't know. No, I'm not talking about the one over there in
Forest Hills.
Forest Hills. I'm talking
That's a scary ass street.
her friend that I picked her up from tonight, like literally lives in the same. It's the next neighborhood over, but you can get there without going on any busy roads.
Well, the one that we brought the tea to,
Right.
I'm not.
That's an insane road.
I'm not. I am.
I
not-
wouldn't ride my bike down that road. That's an insane road. It's a 12 degree incline.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm gonna drop Georgia off on that street and wait at the end of the street on the regular road. I drive a stick shift.
Yeah. It's a mess of a road.
Gandalf's like, I don't even know.
Yeah,
what-
Gandalf's just like, I don't know what's going on right now.
Yeah. All I know is that when we rode bikes, we did it very unsafely and very rarely got hurt. There was the one time we almost died going over the bridge. Yes, okay. But we didn't die. So that means that what we did was correct. Right? That's what boomers say anyway. Because I didn't get hurt or die, you should take the same risks. Even though we probably should have gotten much more seriously hurt. Or at least run over a little bit run over. At least we didn't fall off the bridge, though.
Yeah, I never.
It felt like we were going to,
I
though.
used to cross the Hudson Bridge on 94 all the time.
My favorite part about that trip was when I blew up at your girlfriend. Because she kept asking me if I was okay.
Yeah, we're fine. We're fine. Are you sure? Are you okay? No, I'm not okay. Are you happy?
I had blood drip, like gushing down my leg. Not gushing, but like it.
Yeah, you had a.
I had
you
a
drip
significant
down your
amount of
leg
blood.
And I like had fucked my shoulder up.
Yeah,
I was underneath the shirt, so
I had scraped my knee, and in fact, I still
you
have
all
the.
pile onto each other,
I
or
still
what?
have the scar right here.
So Gitch and I we were biking across a bridge in Stillwater.
We were going to
And-
Bayport. We were going to Nate's house.
The
Yeah.
bridge, or
No, it was
No. Just a regular bridge that crossed over the highway there in the middle. We were on the sidewalk because we're good little responsible kids. But at the end of the sidewalk, they don't tell you. It just fucking ends, and then there's a 2-foot drop into a sewer drain.
oh,
And we had never biked on this.
the bridge by past Filterras.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
yeah,
so
I know. I've
we had
gotten
never
hurt
been-
on that bridge too.
We had never been on this bridge before, so we're biking along. And like I was on the sidewalk. Gitch was, I think, on the side of the road next to me, and behind us was my girlfriend, who I actually held hands with, so it was pretty intimate. When I saw the dip, I said, "Oh shit, move!" And then there was traffic, so he couldn't move. So he went to the right, and I went to the left, and we both like crashed into each other, and our bikes got tangled. And he was able to, like, we both were able to sort of eject ourselves from our bike, so we didn't get like trapped underneath, but he still got scraped because he was on the bottom, and then I was like rolling over two bikes that were like not exactly pleasant things to roll over, and then onto pavement. And this all happened at the edge of a bridge and like the slope down to the highway below. And there was the drain and there was traffic, so like it all just kind of happened at once, and then yeah.
The like biggest thing that sticks into my mind about that whole situation is I can hear you like in my mind in the moment as I'm flying over the front handlebars of my bike. I hear Gandalf going, "Wee!"
I did say we. I did say we. Because what else are you going to say in that?
What?
Yeah.
That's so weird. What? What? That is so weird.
I'll be right back. I gotta take care of some personal business.
Oh. Like what? Put deodorant on? Oh. Oh. What are you doing? He's walking into things. Oh, he's walking into more things. Jeez.
Yeah, he's going to go have a quick wank.
Apparently, he's having a situation.
That's the polite way to say it.
And he goes, I got school tomorrow. Oh, Jesus. Then Steven goes, personal? Sock? No, well, I mean, I hope not. He's like, I hear him peeing, I think.
So he pees into a sock?
If he's straining his pee, that would be concerning.
I call them my kidney stones. You want them? Want to add them to the collection? I'm going to slam another monster too, just in case.
Oh, he's coming out. Okay, he's using soap. He's using soap on his hands. This is good. We had a whole argument last night, though, because I have a towel I use when I wash my face to dry off. I use a towel to dry my face when I wash my face. Apparently, he'd been using it when he washes his hands. And then I was like, I'm going to use a different towel now. He was like, what's the big deal? I'm like, I'm not going to use the same towel that you're using when you wash your hands to use on my face. I'm going to get a different towel. What? Same face when he was like talking about menopause happened when I talked about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, I don't have to understand it. I just won't use a small towel. It's not a big deal.
I just can't believe you. Well, you get menopause and then you get over it.
Well, you know. Hey, thanks, Steven.
That's not how that works, Gitch. You get
I thought menopause was like a thing that like my mom went through menopause and she was insufferable for like 2 years and then she was okay.
I mean, it lasts different lengths for different people, and
Yeah.
your wife is missing half of her body, so it's probably going to
No,
be
I know.
regular.
Listen, I don't have any illusions about like I spend a improportionate amount of my time explaining to my daughter why she should be more understanding of certain things.
Because she
So,
didn't give a shit.
yeah, well, she's a teenager, so she doesn't. I mean, she's got no frame of reference. But
Well, and she's also at the age where it comes down to like, yeah, you can say what you want, and in 10 years she'll recognize it. But
yeah,
it's really
she'll get it
the
eventually.
people she hangs out with. Like we had a pretty good crew. Like yeah,
Yeah.
we did some dumb shit, but it was never like bad dumb shit.
Yeah, it
was like-
was never felony dumb shit.
Yeah,
Which
Well-
she's got some friends now. Listen, we're not going to talk about breaking and entering, okay? she's got some friends now that are some pretty good friends.
yeah, and that's the hardest part. Like I as a third party observer of watching my friends who now have kids that are in their teens is trying to cope with one, the fact that they don't want to do the same that their parents want to do still, right? Like,
Right, Steven?
and two, they don't listen to logic and reason the same way we didn't when we were. And I have to remind them, like, yeah, okay, we didn't listen to that either. We still did this. We fucked around. We found out, and we learned from it. The key is making sure that you
Yeah,
surround yourself with people that. But you also can't, like, you can't say you can't talk to that boy because you know the first person she's going to text.
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
There's-
I don't want to go into too much graphic detail in a public forum.
Yes, it is. Far
There
too
are some
accessible to do a lot of
differences.
things.
There
Yes.
are some differences in our situation.
Well,
Yes,
the difference
but-
is just that her brain just is not wired the same as
Well, she's been through a lot of trauma.
regular kids
yeah.
because of the trauma brain and the autism. But that just is difficult for us.
Yeah.
When you have an attachment disorder, it's very difficult.
It's a totally different, like, traditional parenting does not work.
And it's hard because, like, when we were getting told about that, like, we literally were just looking at the psychiatrist. Like, we were just at the very, very beginning of just dealing with her pushing the boundaries. And this dude was just telling us, you're going to be dealing with this, you're going to be dealing with this,
Yeah.
you're going to be dealing with this. He was just taking off all these, like, crazy ass things that literally my sister did.
And at the time with
And
her,
you know, like-
at the time with Chrissy Gumi, we were like, "There's no way. She's such a great kid."
Yeah,
Like,
it's just like, oh, there's no effing way my niece is going to do any of these things. I know there's no way she's going to be any of these things. That's my sister,
so
but not Chrissy Gumi. And now we're dealing with it all.
I do say,
all.
I will say that as much as painful as it was, my relationship with Emma, it did prepare me for having Chrissy Gumi,
Yeah.
because
Well, and
there's a lot
you're-
of similarities, and the ability to talk with Chrissy Gumi in a business-like manner about her condition is like,
To be able to detach.
yeah, and just be like, this is what's going on. It's like, I don't love you any less, but we do need to address this stuff.
right.
Like,
Yeah, and obviously it's a curveball in the norm of like what parenting is, but like my parents went through that with me. They had no idea how to talk to me. They couldn't connect with me at all because they didn't know how to communicate.
I remember that when
and
we were kids.
I was very angry. I was a very angry teenager.
Yeah.
Because,
I remember
you know,
thinking your parents were like ridiculously strict when we were
Yeah,
teenagers. And now here I am being
Yeah.
a strict parent, and I'm like,
And that's what
I
I'm saying.
hate
It's like-
it.
It's and all of my friends and peers that have kids are going through it. Some to greater or different degrees. Like some
And
have
it is
3
really
kids.
Weird. I mean, it's like we don't want to say that like it's not like we aren't like we're the weird, because like when we deal with this, like we have been told, we've done a lot of like we've read a lot, we've whatever, you know, but also
And we've had like professional help.
We've had a lot of professional help and everything. Like we have been told that, you know, this situation that we are dealing with is like a level of psychopathy, like times 1,000. You know, like typically kids like this are institutionalized. So the fact that she's not and that we're choosing not to is just a lot of hard work
And
on our part.
She has made a lot of progress.
She has, but it is just a lot of like hands-on work on our part. It is exhausting.
It's a lot. It's a
It
lot.
is like basically like we are jail keepers and we are like just constantly just kind of policing the situation and trying to give her whatever freedom that we can give her, but always policing the situation.
Like we want her to have agency because she is a teenager and she needs to have that sense of independence.
But
at the same time, I mean, we have to keep her safe.
right.
Like,
And she doesn't have the wiring to be able to like piece things together to comprehend certain things.
yeah,
So we have to like it's super complicated.
it's
So-
challenging.
So we try to do what we can. We try to give her what we can, but it's a lot of work.
I will say, like, as crazy as the bike ride I went on today, though, it did allow her to open up to me. Like, because we had lunch as a family. And that is one thing that I think do really well, is when Chrissy May has the energy, we do sit down at the dinner table and have meals as a family. I think that's, and even like, because even when I was a child, we had meals as a family up until I was about 10. And then it was like, we're going to sit around the TV and have a meal. You know, the TV will be we won't have to have a conversation because the TV's on playing MASH or whatever.
I like MASH.
Oh, well, MASH is a great show, but at any rate, when we have meals as a family, there's no TV, there's no like distractions. It's just like, typically I don't get to sit down and eat until everybody's done eating because
Because he's pretty much
I've cooked the meal and then I have to clean up and do the dishes, and then I sit down and everybody's done eating and I'm like, all right, okay.
Wait, you do the dishes before you eat?
Well, no, I like the pots and pans and stuff, like get them in the
like soaking or whatever.
You don't understand how quickly Chrissy May eats. She takes like 2 bites and she's full.
Okay, well, I don't know. I leave all that shit on the. So when you're putting like leftovers and stuff away, you're not supposed to have it like super hot because that just adds humidity into your fridge anyway.
Right.
So, I wait till everything is cooked, and then I serve up for Kim. And then I serve up for me. We eat together, and then after we're done eating, then we go and like put leftovers in, and then I set things to soak.
That's how I do it. But the problem is, I don't know what I don't like. I honestly, I don't know why it always works out this way. But every time I sit down to eat, everybody's done eating, and it's like,
You are slow as fuck.
no, because like all I'm doing is setting everything up for everybody to eat, like
It's
the
so
side
that-
and the
like,
main meal.
Everything's done. Like even like when you are cooking everything, like we help like bring everything out to the table and everything, and like you dilly dally on other shit. Like I don't even know what you're all doing in the kitchen.
I mean,
like,
yeah.
Weird. And then you get out to the table finally, and like I'm just like, okay, like where's Dad? And then George is like, I don't know, like, can we eat? I'm like, yeah, go ahead. So she's already like got food. I've put food. And then, I eat like what, an ounce or two. And so I'm done. You finally come wherever you've come from. And then you're like, oh, okay, I'm done. Georgia's she typically waits for you. And so you guys eat together. But I'm already done by the time you come to the table.
Yeah.
I don't know. To me, the idea that someone starts eating when not everyone is at the table is the biggest offense there. Like if Matt did all the or Gitch, because your name is not Matt. Sorry, you know. If Gitch did all the cooking, got everything prepped and ready, and then decides to go work on some crypto mining stuff for 20 minutes. Okay, yeah, I get that. You know,
He just literally just goes. I don't even know what the hell he's doing. You just have to understand.
You don't know what I'm doing. That's the issue. But I'm not doing anything that's not involved with either cooking the meal or cleaning up. Like,
I don't know what you're doing. Honestly, you just kind of like do this, you do that, you do this, you do that. But you just are not.
I don't wander off and go water the garden.
You just are not involved with like us bringing all the stuff out.
I am though. That's the thing. You're making this assumption that I'm not, but I am.
I know you're not, because when Chrissy Gumi and I are bringing all the stuff out to the dining room, you're not with us. We have to wait on
except
you.
for the fact that most of the times I cook the meal, when I say dinner's ready, everything's already out on the table.
It's not, Gitch.
I'm sorry I brought this up.
Sorry,
This
Steve.
is not a good venue for this conversation. Telling you both now. It's a learning moment and a growth point. Let's call it that.
Yeah, I mean, I've
Dr.
been drinking
Phil.
a lot of wine, but
Yeah, you both have. That's why I'm saying something.
He's drank 2 bottles. I've had 2 glasses.
we've had 3.
Well, you have half the organs and you're half the size, so you're like a quarter person. So let's not try and blow things out of proportion, huh?
No, but I know you're upset that I've ate before he gets to the table.
No, I'm
but
just like
I
for me.
I literally cannot wait for him to come when he finally.
You're talking about the
decides to.
same thing I said we should probably
Yeah.
not talk about on stream.
But
So
I'm just gonna say it.
you don't need to have the last word.
Done.
We can
I'm just done.
move on.
Okay. Preach it, sister. No, when you're in the amount of pain that I'm in and you're just like waited for a ton of freaking time, it's like, okay, I'm either going to eat or I'm just not going to eat and I'm going to go back to bed. And I honestly don't feel like I need to eat.
Well, I mean, the biggest thing is the amount of food that you require to get full is so small that like it doesn't, honestly, the fact that you finish eating before I sit down at the table doesn't really bother me, because I know that like you eat half a brat and then you're like, can you eat the rest of this, because I'm done. Like, it's
Well, because the half a brat is like 2 bites.
right.
I'm done.
Yeah, that's like, okay. So even if you did wait until I sat down at the table to eat, you'd eat 2 bites and then you'd be done. And then you'd be like, okay, I'm done. And now I need to go lay in the bed because it took the energy to come down the stairs and sit at the table. Now I need to go rest.
To give you guys an idea what a literal meal for me is, a meal for me in general is like 4 ounces of Fairlife milk, or like half of an egg, or like a slice of cheese, and maybe
Yeah,
half
like
of
two very thin slices of Swiss cheese is a meal.
2 very thin slices of Swiss cheese, and then maybe a little bit later, like a little bit of coffee, or because I can't do it all at the same time.
Yeah. No, I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, I know we went on a big tirade about it, but it's like I do get it. I do understand.
It's just like, it just baffles my doctor sometimes, because like they don't understand. They just really get on me. They're just like, well, you know, how much are you eating in a day? And I'm just like 600 to 800 calories. But then they get on me for not drinking enough fluids. It's just like, what do you want from me? Like, either I'm getting my 64 ounces in a day, and you're not supposed to drink half an hour before and half an hour after you eat, because you're not supposed to flush the food through your body. and you're supposed to eat 5 to 8 times a day.
Oh, that reminds me when I was on a liquid diet.
Like
That was hard.
When are you supposed to drink? When are you supposed to eat?
Yeah.
Yeah, when I was on my liquid diet, I had to eat 8 meals a day because your body processes liquids a lot more, and I just couldn't handle like a lot of food because my body was kind of all fucked up anyway. And so like I would have I don't know, a glass of orange juice would be a meal.
Yeah.
And it was really like it was a challenge. Like I've never counted my calories before or after that. Clearly, if I stood up, you'd understand the reference to that. But you can see a little fat here in the cheeks. When I got 3 smiles. 1, 2, 3.
I got 3. No, I don't.
Um,
I was trying to. Apparently.
But I had to count my calories to make sure I was getting enough calories in, because like I had to drink fucking Ensures, those like old people I'm about to die like taste like chalk things, because I just needed to get the nutrients into my body and I couldn't. So I understand. Luckily for me, it was only 6 weeks of that. For you, it's going to be life, and that sucks ass. And I I can't empathize to the magnitude, but I can empathize and sympathize in a small quarantine little section.
It sucks because like I've done those Ensures, I've done all other kinds of shakes and stuff like that. The issue is like they have added sugar and they have, you know, added other stuff and or lactose and stuff like that. And those types of things, they just don't do well with my system. And so then I'm just like, okay, well, now I'm going to the bathroom and I'm going to be there for the next 2 hours. And that's just not going to do well with me, because not only is that going to take away from my time frame of being able to add stuff to my system, but you know, now it's just like flushing through my system on top of it. So like, what was the point of putting that in my body in the first place?
Mhm.
Like, it's not even going to sit in me, you know, it's not absorbing. So it's just pointless. It's stupid. So it's just really sad. I don't know. I wish there was a way that you could just inject calories into you and it just stayed. Like, just go, here's your money. This is your food money. You just put it into your butt. Like, you just need calories as money. Here's your ATM. It's like your ATM money shot. They don't have that yet, I guess. I should invent that.
You'd make a killing. Speaking of
Like-
killing.
Oh, I don't have anything.
Well, do you want this?
Oh, did you already kill it?
Yeah, this bottle's done.
I didn't have any of that.
I know. You want this?
You drank the whole
There
bottle?
you go.
Is that the Pinot of the night?
Yeah, peanut of the night.
I don't want your glass.
Why not?
I want my glass.
I poured in your glass.
I'm not very good with Pinot Noir, though.
Okay.
They cause headaches.
I'll finish it then.
Yeah. I can't believe you drink the whole bottle.
I can't either, but I also can.
Cause
It's good for my heart.
is this the third bottle?
No, this is the second bottle.
Okay.
All right, y'all. It is midnight. I'm trying to get better about sleep because I got a lot of changes I got to make.
Yeah. We should probably call it too. It's been 3.5 hours.
Yeah. So anyway, I like the new Twitch integration. Works out pretty nice. Better than Restream in every way, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, it's way better because I have full control with OBS with how everything works out. So I like it. The whole time we've been on this stream, I've been like creating new scenes about like if I go away to go to the bathroom, if Chrissy May goes away to go to the bathroom, if if Gandalf is telling a story, if Chrissy May's telling a story, if I'm telling a story, like I've got it all set up. So yeah, it's been the level of control is much better.
Yeah.
And then I can have like audio ducking on the music and stuff, so I could have the music a little bit louder than it is when we're on Restream, because anytime anybody talks, the volume of the music goes down so that you can hear what people are saying.
Yeah, I don't hear any music, so I'll have to put my own music on next time. But
Yeah, well, you won't hear the
I'm not-
music because you're on. Yeah, because you're in the
yeah,
backstage.
I'm not on the stream. I'm in the guest star area.
Right.
All right, cool. Well, lovely chatting. Enjoy the future chats you two are going to have about eating and setting the table and all that stuff. Real glad we got to see the start of that. You'll have to keep us informed of the saga. Otherwise, have a great week, and I'll see you later. Steven, if you're still there, thanks for all the compliments. I'll set up an OnlyFans only for Steve.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, OnlyFans. Yeah, the OnlyFans with only Steve ability to subscribe.
And it's just going to be me sitting here with like 3 different hats on and maybe my glasses on and off. And
there you go.
be enough.
And then like the occasional foot pick.
Yeah, but I'll be wearing shoes because feet are gross. So
I saw
Well,
the
it better be Air Force Ones.
I saw the weirdest picture today too.
no, they're
though.
going to be faded like old Adidas. Anyway,
Okay.
all right. Bye.
Take it easy, man.
So so when I was on Facebook today, I was like in that like buy or like I don't know what it's called. I'd have to look on Facebook, but it's that like free page or whatever that I'm in, that like giveaway page or whatever it is. So somebody had like some like glass bottle or whatever that they had. It looked like an Eiffel Tower, and it had once been filled with like candy or something like that. So they had it like they were giving it away for free. They had it pictured next to their foot, hairy toes, toenails, everything. I was like,
That's not the ideal foot pick.
it was so weird. I was like somebody that has a foot fetish though, like with like toe hair and stuff, maybe.
Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like the whole foot fetish thing is weird to me. I don't know. I don't like feet don't do it for me, but
Yeah, me either.
if it's your thing, it's your thing. It's whatever. I'm not
I
gonna.
don't get that. It's weird to me.
Well, I mean, it's weird to me, but whatever. I mean, if that's what you're into, go for it. Here you go.
What's your thing? You showing your foot? Just literally gonna break everything over there.
What's my fetish?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
You don't have a thing.
Like,
I have veiny hands.
yeah.
Like,
well,
I like
that's me.
I don't like soft hands. Nope, don't like soft white hands. I like hands that are kind of like sandpapery, that are like veiny.
That's
Exactly what Gitch has.
it's because I work hard. Yeah, I don't know. Fetish for me. Yeah, I don't know.
Nothing I have, apparently.
Well, I mean, I married you.
I married you.
I like redheads. Yeah, redhead. Redhead is a big fetish for me.
What? You never said that.
Yeah, I did. It's like a huge and curly hair. What? What is that?
You
Look?
never told me that ever.
I'm pretty sure I've told you that.
No.
Yeah.
I don't even know what any of your exes look like.
None of them were redheads or curly haired, but that is like a huge, like, redhead, green eyes, curly hair. That's like my ideal.
It's exactly me.
I know.
It's like when you found me, you were like,
Yep, pretty much. Well, I'll be honest. Like, I know Banker Chick and like Minnesota Girl was like my detachment mechanism, but deep down inside, I was like, man, I hope this is the one because, like everything.
really?
Yeah. How do you not know that? We've been married for 12 years. You think, like, I'm not going anywhere?
Well, obviously not. If you go anywhere, I'm going to kill you.
Well, that's not the reason I'm not going anywhere. I'm not afraid of
I
you.
watch those murder shows every night for any reason.
Yeah, she throws these murder shows on, and I'm always like, "Are we good? We're good, right?" Because like I can't fall asleep if we're not good. Because you're watching like How I Killed My Husband. What is it, what is it like? Killer Wives or whatever the fuck.
Snapped. I watch Snapped.
Yeah, Snapped. Yeah, that's the one. It's like all these wives that like snapped and like poisoned their husbands to death, and it's like, we're good, right? Like you're not putting arsenic in my meals or whatever. Because seriously, I work really hard to make you happy.
Oh my gosh. The other day when I was talking to Phyllis and she was like losing it about her husband and his dad and all that shit. I was like, this is it. This is when you go make the brownies and put the X-Lax in it. And Chrissy Gumi is like sitting there and she's like, what? I'm like, I have from personal experience that you watch that brownies and you make sure the people that you intended for eat it. Don't let anybody else eat this brownies. She's like, what, Mom? I'm like, just don't let anybody else eat those brownies because they will be just freaking driving across the state and having to go to the bathroom all the gas stations. And she's like, what? I'm like, it's a situation. She's like, did you do this? I'm like, she's like, what's X-Lax? I'm like, it's a diarrhea medicine. She's like, wait, to cause diarrhea? I'm like, yes. She goes, is that a drug? I'm like, not like a bad drug. She's like, did you drug somebody? I'm like, and then I was like, do I seem like a psycho now? That's when it was like, I'm like, oh, maybe I seem like a psycho. That was like, oh my God, I might be a psycho. Yeah, I X-laxed somebody. Oh my God, I'm a psycho.
Everybody is a little bit psycho.
I mean, what he did was psycho, and that was
Well, he did a lot of shit to
he
you.
did way psycho.
Yeah.
And then I tried to X-lax him, and then the wrong person ate it. That's a whole situation anyway. Nobody needs to know about that. Man, everybody knows I'm psycho now. Oh God. What are you watching over there?
Mandatory fun day.
You're like a robot. You're like, mandatory fun day.
He's a idiot.
Oh my goodness.
He's a lieutenant. Typical lieutenant.
Oh, is he a lieutenant?
Yeah. Well, so he was enlisted in the
Oh, he went green to gold?
yeah, he went OCS. He was enlisted in he was a MI guy enlisted, and now I believe he's an infantry officer. He went
Really?
OCS, yeah. Yeah. But you know.
Infantry officer. Hmm.
Yeah.
But he was enlisted at least, so that's good for him.
Yeah, you know.
At least he worked for a
Maybe
living.
he's an MI officer. I don't know. I know he has some relation to MI because the guys in my cohort, and he mentioned something about MI in one of his videos.
I mean, at least he was enlisted to begin with, so that's good for him.
Yeah. Yeah, he went OCS.
That's all that matters.
He did OCS.
Those guys that are just straight.
Like the retirement we went to. Well, he was enlisted.
He was enlisted.
He was enlisted.
Yeah.
But then he went to freaking
West
West Point. West Point. He's probably got a ring too. I wonder if he was wearing this. I didn't even look.
Oh, I know. We didn't look. Yeah. It's probably not like that friend of yours.
His
that
dad's
went
pretty proud of him.
went to West Point just to freaking sell his ring off.
Steven Perez. That cowboy hat emoji. Thanks, man.
What's he doing?
I don't know.
Steven Perez over there. I'm sad that you drank that whole bottle of wine just like gone.
Well, it's Pinot Noir. You said you didn't. It gave you headaches. It's
Yeah.
giving me a headache. I have a headache right now.
Yeah. Well, it's the whole reason I don't drink Pinot Noir. I would have warned you about it had you have gone and chosen a wine.
I did go and choose a wine, and I came up and said peanut of the night. I can't even say how many times.
I just what?
Pinot Noir, peanut of the night.
See, yeah. And it's sad because like I was like, okay, I am ready to have wine, and then you're like, ta-da! I've got wine. You can have the rest of my glass. And I was just like, and then
Backwash.
that's it. And then it's Pinot Noir. I'm like, that's headache wine. And then I'm like, you drink the whole freaking bottle?
I mean, we got to drink it. We have it, so we got to drink it. Yeah, Grape went to bed. We're probably going to go to bed soon because I got school tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean,
And
I'm probably just going to stay up and watch like murder shows because I'm not tired. I was going to have some more wine, but apparently
It's all
he drank a
gone.
bottle. And then I was just going to open another bottle and just have some, but whatever. He just did what he did. And then apparently he can't even walk now. He's
The dog, Barley is looking at me like, "Are you okay, Dad? Think you're gonna bang it? Do you need me to support you?"
Barley is a good support dog.
Yeah. You don't know why Grape went to bed? Because he's tired, probably. That's always been a thing with Grape. If he's tired, he goes to sleep. It doesn't matter. Like, even in high school, we were on like an all-night binger, and Gandalf would be like, "I'm tired," and he'd go to sleep, and then the rest of us would just stay up all night playing card games.
He's like, he does what he wants to do. There's no fighting with him about it. Like, he will do what he fucking wants to do.
Hey, yeah. I mean, that's just him. That's fine. It is what it is.
He's just a very
He does not
strong opinion.
he does not kowtow to the social norms. Well, not even norms, like social pressures. He just says, I'm tired, I'm going to sleep. And everybody's like, no, stay up. Nope.
Like
Going to
social
sleep.
pressures aside, like if he's got an opinion on something, like you can't change his opinion whatsoever.
Yeah, well, it's not that you can't change his opinion, it's that you can't discuss other opinions.
That's true. Elon Musk, whatever, Steven, what is it? Whatever Gates,
Anything slightly right leaning.
lean anything, like any type of like I don't even know, just randomness. Like if it's somewhat controversial against his, he's just
He's like the opposite of that guy that you showed me the video of where he was like freaking out about people wearing masks. And he's like, stand up for your values. And I'm like,
yes,
what if your
Graham
values are different?
Graham Allen,
Like,
yes.
like, you're asking me to stand up for your values. I don't give a shit about your values. I give a shit about my values. What if my values differ from your values? Who gives a fuck? Let me live my goddamn life. If I want to wear a mask, why does it affect you? If some asshole's wearing a mask in his
Graham
car, why
Allen.
does it affect you? It doesn't fucking
Yes.
matter.
Gitch, shush a second here. Graham Allen is saying, stand up for your values. If your value is wear a mask, then do that.
That's not what he was saying in that video you showed me.
But he is saying literally, stand up for your values. So if it's wear a mask, wear a mask. If it's not wear a mask, don't wear a mask.
Well, he was saying stand up for your, he said, quote, stand up for your values. But what he meant was stand up for my values. And if your values aren't my values, you're a sheeple and it doesn't matter. You need to stand up for my values and don't wear a mask.
Well, I think if you were to speak to him and you were to say, hey, I personally want to wear a mask, but I support you not wearing a mask, he's going to be like, hell yeah, brother.
Yeah, I mean, he would say that, but the fact that he was like so aggressively angry about somebody wearing a mask in their own car, how does that have any effect on him at all? Period.
Because the freaking craziness out there has got people scared that if they don't wear a mask, they're going to get sick. They're driving around and the air is going to come in through their car and get them sick.
I mean, in Japan and China, it's normal if you are sick, if you personally are sick, you wear a mask in public. It's been
In your car?
that's been
If you're sick and you're driving in your car, you wear a mask?
Well, he was complaining about a person wearing a mask on their chin in their car so that when they get out of their car, they can put it up on their face real quick. Who gives a shit? If somebody's wearing a mask on their chin, even if they're not sick, who fucking cares? They're in their own car. It doesn't matter. It has literally absolutely 100% no effect on anybody but the person that's wearing the mask in their car. Who gives a shit? There's like no point in getting mad about it. And there's no point in making it a like, oh, you're a sheeple kind of issue. It's like that person just wants to, that makes them feel comfortable. Who fucking cares? I don't care. If I see somebody wearing a mask in their car, I literally, like, it doesn't even, I don't register it. It doesn't fucking matter to me.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, a huge situation is that a lot of this lockdown has mentally affected people.
What it had, the lockdown has, yes, but wearing a mask in your own car, it has nothing to do with the lockdown. Yeah, go for it. 100%. Do it. I support you, Steven, because it literally doesn't affect me at all.
But
If you wear a mask on your dong, my life doesn't change.
But the studies have shown the mask situation is also part mentally. People are like affected mask wise, it affects mental situation. because you're not seeing a whole face. You're not seeing expressions and all that. So
Well, I mean, yeah, and it's hard to, like, if you can't read like when masks were mandated, I had to ask people. I had to ask, like, every time I went to the grocery store, I had to ask the checkout person to repeat themselves multiple times because I couldn't see their lips moving. And so, and I don't know, I'm not deaf. I pass my hearing test every year.
you passed your hearing
But
test.
I have something going
You're
on.
deaf.
I have something going on. And if I can't see
called
their
deafness.
lips to help reinforce what they're
You lip
saying,
read.
then I have to ask them to repeat themselves. Because everybody's got a different accent and everybody says things a different way and they mush words together a different way. And so but I don't get angry about it because that's my issue. I don't care. I just say, I'm sorry, I couldn't understand what you said. Can you say that again? Because chances are, if I'm in a grocery store, there's a lot of ambient noise going on. And if there's any kind of background noise and I can't, like, focus in on you and look at your face and see what you're saying, I'm not going to catch it.
A lip read.
Yeah, I'm not going to catch it. So
Can you read my lips right now?
I'm not reading your lips, but there's no ambient noise going on right now. So you're literally the only thing I can hear. But if we were in a grocery store and you weren't looking at me and you said, hey, we should pick that up. And I say, I'm sorry, what did you say? That's why. And that has happened before. Because if I can't see your face and like focus on what you're saying, I'm not going to pick it up. And then that's just the thing with my brain. It is what it is. But like when masks were mandated and I couldn't see the person's whole face, I had to say, I just said, I'm sorry, I could not, I didn't hear what you said. What did you say? And I had to have people repeat themselves. But that's my issue. I don't project that as anger on other people. I don't get angry about it. I just ask them to repeat themselves because I literally have no idea what they said.
Well, and for me, it's kind of interesting, you know, because I'm very like, you know, I have a huge immune issue. And like, I've read all these studies now since we've gone through this huge pandemic situation. And it's just like very unclear how much those masks have helped. You know,
I mean, yeah.
And also these vaccines, apparently, like.
But that's fine. But literally, if somebody chooses to get a vaccine, if you know, Joe Schmo gets a vaccine, it literally has no impact on your life.
Right, that's fine. I'm just saying.
But and that's the issue I had with that guy's video because he was got like.
But what impact was that on your life? Watching that video.
The fact that he got aggressively. The fact that he got aggressively angry about it and that he demanded that I stand up for his values.
So that ruined your life?
No, he demanded.
It didn't ruin mine. It didn't affect me in any way.
That's a totalitarian. Totalitarian.
Me watching that video was just interesting. It didn't affect me in any way. I just thought it was interesting.
He's a senator. And he was demanding.
He's not a senator. He's running for.
Well, he's running for Senate, and he's demanding that you stand up for his values. That is totalitarianism. My values differ from his, and I don't give a shit about what he was angry about.
My values are different than yours.
I know
also.
It does, but that.
I mean, I just didn't really give a shit what he was saying. I just thought it was interesting.
I thought it was a temper tantrum, an adult temper tantrum.
I didn't.
I didn't.
I just kind of thought it was just like a hey, wake up call.
But what does it matter if somebody else is wearing a mask in their own car? It doesn't matter. Why get angry about it? That was the whole point of that video. Was that somebody was wearing a mask in their own car. Who gives a shit? They're in their own car. They can wear a mask.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but at the same time, it's just like, so what? Everybody just continues to just like wander on like morons and just be like, no, 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 okay, I'm just do what everybody tells me to do, and just brainless.
I mean, some people like that. Some people like to live their life that way. Who cares? It doesn't affect me at all.
I mean, it's just like I don't know. Like, what if everybody just continues to like, live in some like, strange, brave new world out, some like Fahrenheit 451, like some crazy dystopian,
But that's not what's happening.
book or something. Like, I mean, that's kind of like what our society is going down, though.
There's certain aspects that might be headed that way, but somebody complaining about a person wearing a mask in their own car and like making that
looking at one small aspect, though.
That was the whole point of his video. He was like
It wasn't the
viscerally angry about people wearing masks.
You're making an extreme about it.
No, that's what his whole video was. That people were wearing masks. Period. He was mad that other people were wearing masks.
He was making a point of the mask mandate and the lockdowns that are happening already.
Which, I mean, that's
because of the pandemic that is projected and happening already.
I mean, if that's what is going on, then that's what's going on. I haven't seen it. And if somebody wants to wear a mask, I mean, it's not mandated. It's maybe recommended somewhere. And if they want to, then I've seen people in our city wearing masks. It doesn't affect me at all. I don't care. At Target today, there was a couple wearing a mask walking around Target.
Right. I've been seeing more people wearing masks.
I mean, okay. I mean, Steven is in LA. I don't know. Are people wearing masks in LA? Is there a mask mandate? Does California have some sort of thing going on?
Yeah, he don't like masks.
He doesn't like them. I don't care. I don't wear a mask.
Steven's never liked masks. Steven's gotten COVID how many times?
Yeah, right? I don't wear a mask personally, and I've probably had COVID, but I'm not allowed to get tested. Mask and booties.
He's gotten COVID.
Lord Toasty. Welcome to the stream, Lord Toasty.
Hey. Oh my God. 4 times. Dang.
I don't know how many times I've had COVID because I've never been allowed to get tested. But I'm sure I've had it because I have been sick. I've never had a positive test. I can like
Yeah,
fair enough.
getting.
That's fair.
You got paid for it.
I'm about 80% sure I had it when I was in Kuwait at some point, but I wasn't allowed to get tested because I wasn't symptomatic. I was tired, but I didn't have like stuffy nose, and I didn't have a hard time breathing. I'm pretty sure I've had it at least twice, if not more.
How do you know?
I've just felt tired. Like there's been times where I've like been more tired than normal. And I'm pretty sure I had COVID at those times, but I didn't have congestion. I didn't have like the symptoms, so I wasn't allowed to get tested. Because if you just test yourself randomly and you're positive, then you're a shitbag because you can't go to work. I've never lost taste, but I'm pretty sure I've had it. I don't know. I might have even had it recently because I like took a shower like 3 days ago and had a coughing fit because the humidity made it hard to breathe. But, you know, I can't get tested because if I get tested and I'm positive, maybe I can't go to class and I have to go to class. So that's just part of being in the Army.
Chrissy Gumi's friend, her mom.
Yeah,
has
her
COVID.
mom just tested positive for
We
COVID.
just let her friend come over tonight.
Yeah, we just, yeah, yep. We just let her
Day
come to the
before
house.
school.
Yep, day before school starts.
We're
Yeah,
like, yeah,
go ahead.
your friend's mom has COVID. Come on over.
Yeah, sure.
I have cancer. Come on over.
I don't honestly. COVID at this point is basically like the cold. It's not as big a deal as it was at the beginning of the
I
pandemic.
mean, it's a big deal for me because my doctor told me if you get a flu, if you get a pneumonia, it can kill you.
Well, it can kill you. Yeah, it can kill anybody.
No, it can kill anybody, but he said it is a very, very serious
I
thing
mean,
for me.
that's because you're immunocompromised. That's the whole reason I can't get the smallpox vaccine.
Yeah.
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 I mean, yeah, I get it.
That's why I'm just kind of like, like,
I understand everybody's like whole issue with the whole thing, but at the same time, it's like if some people are scared of it, who gives a fuck? Let them be scared of it. Okay, fine. Don't get mad about the fact that they're scared of it. Just whatever.
well, it just is the point that, it's like, are you going to be like, it's the same thing. Like, are you just going to like not care? Like if somebody's getting bullied,
No.
like you're just going to be like, oh, I don't give a fuck that person's getting bullied.
No.
Let's not
That's,
stand
but
up.
that's a whole different thing.
Really? It's not. It's
It
not.
is.
It's a whole
If
different
somebody
thing.
chooses to wear a mask in their own car, that's their choice. That's
Okay,
not them
so-
being bullied.
Because I feel like it's kind of the same thing.
Well,
We've-
I disagree on that.
We've kind of been bullied into this whole situation. This whole like Fauci bullshit.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah.
We've gotten lied and bullied into this whole thing.
Yeah, well, who cares? They can. I don't like if I see somebody wearing a mask outside when they're alone. It does not affect me at all. I
Well, yeah,
don't
it
give a
doesn't
shit.
affect you, but you know what? Like these people, like think that it's gotten to the point where some people like. I mean, I have a friend that I've made through my FAP life and everything that she had an MRI the other day. She had an MRI the other day. She had to take her mask off, while she's in the hospital. She had to take her mask off in the hospital for her MRI. She had a panic attack because she thought she was going to get COVID.
I mean, that's probably a mental illness, but that's not anything to get angry about. That's like you have hypochondria.
Because the freaking mask and COVID shit.
Yeah, but I don't have hypochondria.
Because she's got cancer illness because of FAP like what I have.
Well, you don't get scared that you have to take a mask off at the hospital.
Because I understand that not wearing a mask
Right.
is not going to get me COVID.
So that's her issue though.
But she is a general person, like general people, that the freaking bullshit that's been swamped into our brains has just been like, oh, if you don't wear a mask, you're going to get COVID.
I mean, some people.
A lot of the population out there honestly believes that. And
So?
I mean, I'm sorry that you have just like, you're sitting over there being like, oh, so, but that's just freaking wrong. It's bullying to whatever. Like, it's just freaking fucked up. Like, they just made up this freaking lies for a bunch of money and everything. And
Well, I mean, COVID was a big deal when it first came, when it first hit the world.
you should.
And trauma affects everybody differently.
If Stephen Perez, if you are in a retirement home and those people have legit bacterial something type of illness, wear a freaking mask. If it's COVID, do what you want.
I mean, COVID was a big problem when it first hit the world. It's not a big problem now. But like, people have their trauma from it. Oh well. Like, let them process the trauma.
I don't know. You're just kind of being an asshole about it.
I'm just saying, let people live the way they want to live. I don't think that's being
Let
an
him
asshole.
live the way he wants to live.
That-
Then,
well, yeah, like,
saying that.
The fact that he's angry about it is whatever, but it's like,
Well,
don't.
maybe,
But
maybe
he's dictating that
He's not dictating.
He is. He said, stand up for your values. What he
Well,
meant was stand up for
your
my.
values,
I do.
then.
I am. Right now, I'm standing up for my values.
So you're doing exactly what he said.
Right. But what's
the issue then, Gitch?
the issue is what he means is he wants me to stand up for his
So you're
values.
saying- okay, no, is that what he's saying? He's saying
That's-
stand up for your
Right.
values, and
My values are different from his, and he's all angry about somebody wearing a mask in their own car. I don't give a shit
Right,
about
he's
that.
saying stand up for your values.
And my
but you're
values are I don't give a
what
shit
he's
about
on
that
right
guy
now?
wearing a mask in his own car. I don't understand why you should get so angry about it. There's no reason to get so angry about it.
Do you really?
I'm sure that's an interesting feeling.
That'd be weird. Anus. I just think you're being super out there, Gitch.
Me? Because I don't care if somebody wears a mask in their own car?
No, because you're being so out there about his post.
Because he was like viscerally angry about it.
For one, it's his page. He can post what he wants on
Right.
his page.
But when he said stand up for your values and he was so angry about it, it's because his values are you shouldn't wear a mask in your own car. Who cares? Why get angry about
What
it?
are you going to get your own self sick in your car?
No, it doesn't fucking matter if somebody's wearing a mask in their own car. Who gives a shit? It has literally no effect on my life. No effect on anybody's life except the person wearing the mask in their car.
Why are you getting so upset right now?
I'm getting upset about the fact that he was upset about it. That was the thing he was angry about. That was the thing that he was like, you need to stand up for your values. Who cares?
Do you understand that you're being ridiculous, though?
I'm not, though. I literally,
Why are you getting upset? That's what my question is.
what I'm getting upset about is somebody trying to tell me how to feel.
He's not.
He is. Because he was angry
Why are
about
you
something.
making him like so, like he's, for one, he's not dictating you.
He's trying to.
How?
He's
Is he,
trying to-
pushing you? Is he pushing?
He's trying to
Is
emotionally.
he taking your shoulders and pushing you? And
He's trying to.
Really? Where is he?
He can't because he's not physically here, but he's trying to. He's trying to affect my
Is he,
emotions.
like inside your brain doing it?
He's trying to be. Yes.
Really?
He is. Yeah, absolutely. He's trying to make me angry about somebody wearing a mask in their own car.
Really?
He is. Because he's angry about it. But there's no reason to be angry about it. That's my
Because
point.
I mean, when you say something to me, it's my choice how I respond to you.
Right.
Do you understand how that works?
Right. And the fact that he was so angry about it, though, and he's trying to be a politician, he's trying to influence people to feel the way that he feels. That's the whole point of being a politician.
Yeah. So, in the whole thing with all the politics and everything, and how COVID went down, is that a lot of people have been influenced
Right?
wrongly.
Maybe.
No? Yeah, they have been.
I mean, it wasn't a bad thing. I got a vaccine. It didn't give me autism. It didn't, like...
So
Pardon
you know
me?
that? You know that for sure?
I'm pretty sure I don't have autism.
You really know that? Because I'm kind of been wondering if you are on the
I
spectrum.
mean, okay. I mean, whatever.
I mean, honestly, I have a friend that just had heart surgery because
If I'm on the spectrum, it's not because I got the COVID vaccine.
honestly, I have a friend that had heart surgery, and her doctors say that they're pretty sure that it is from the vaccine.
Well, heart surgery is different than than autism.
I'm just saying that
There's side effects. I'm sure there's side effects to the vaccine, and we didn't have enough time to test it.
no, yeah, no time. And like the side effects are just like rolling out now, and they're just like skyrocketing.
I'm sure there's going to be a lot of issues that come out of it because it's going to affect different people differently. But I got the vaccine for my own reasons.
Yeah, because you were going to get kicked out of the military.
That's not why I got the vaccine. Has nothing to do with why I got the vaccine. I got the vaccine because I live with a immunocompromised person, and it was probably the best decision for that person. That's why I got the vaccine.
Yeah, it's so difficult when you like put your trust in, you know, the government and like the medical department, and then you're just like, oh, well, I trusted you, and then like after the fact, you're like, oh, maybe
I've not a single day in my life trusted the government or the medical.
I was responding to Steven Gitch. Simmer down now, will you? Maybe you need to go drink some water. Oh, I saw that show on Netflix. It's trending right now. What's it about? Steven, how do you even have time to watch TV? Barley, what are you doing, puppers? You want to come over here? You want to say hi to Steven? Come here, puppy. Come here. You say hi to Steven. Here's a Barley. Look at this puppy. Look how big he is now. He's so big. Oh, geez. He loves it when I give him kisses on the nose. But then he gets addicted to my lip gloss. And then he's always trying to lick my lip gloss off. Poor Barley. He's going to have to get fixed soon. He's going to be 2 years old. And they say that's the time for these doggies now. because they just switched it to these big breed dogs. They get fixed at 2 years old. Right, Barley Boo. Which he's been having to wear a belly band so that he don't pee in the house because he likes to mark stuff. He's like, I gotta wear a diaper. Right, Barley. I gotta wear a diaper. We got the same hair color. We match. Look at my baby. Look at my baby. Look at my baby. Look at my baby. She just touched my mom. He is a big dog. He's very skinny, but he's really tall. He's very long. But he's so skinny. Like Ginger, my golden retriever, she was so fat. Like not even just fat, but like just really a lot wider, like bigger, like wider in the chest and everything. He's just so skinny. He's just thin, but he's tall and he's really long. I don't know, it's the Irish setter part, I think. Like even though he's like half Irish setter, half golden retriever, like he's just, I think he's more Irish setter looking. I think. I don't know. It's weird. But there's certain parts that are very golden retriever looking on him. Like I think some of his head really is. I think his face is more golden retriever than Irish setter. But his body, I think, is more Irish setter than golden retriever. Right, Barton. But he's such a good boy. He's a really chill guy. He pretty much just like hangs out with me all day. And he's really, really just, he's really good on a leash for me. And then he's just like a spaz attack for Gitch and Chrissy Gumi. So basically that just means he likes me best. Oh, Pierre's freaking out. Pierre, what's your deal, dude? Oh. Did Jack get too close to you, Pierre?
All right. I gotta go to bed.
All right, Gitch's done, I guess. Gotta let the dogs out.
Gotta let the dogs out. Gotta go to bed.
Hi, Pierre.
We will see you next week. Thanks for coming by. Hit that subscribe button, the follow button, the like button, wherever you're on. And until next time, pour on.
Have I become a little too shy for love? I've been hurt before. All's fair in love and find something that'll never fade. We can be ourselves and figure out the rest along the way. What if you're everything I need? A fire in my heart, the air I breathe. What if I'm incomplete without you by my side?